This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, coming on the air because we have a tornado warning in effect until about 10:45 a.m. for portions of Camden and Glenn counties in our area. You see a hook echo here near I-95 right now, and we have some radar indicated rotation here as we track this Hurricane Helene tornado warning. At about 10:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles west of Brunswick, moving north at 40 miles an hour. So we need to get folks into shelter here. I'm seeing some greens and reds coming together here in toward this area. And you see another area rotation further up as we look a little bit further back. It's a little bit weaker here too, just like the one that has the tornado warning on it. But gotta be really careful here. I know we have a tornado watch in play for our southern fringes of our area, but we'll probably see, it's almost a certainty according to the Storm Prediction Center, that another tornado watch will be coming out here soon to cover areas like that one where this tornado warning is. So a nasty situation here this morning, of course, and it's just going to get a lot worse as we look ahead here later on in the timeline with Hurricane Helene. So let's go ahead and jump on over from this source here as we continue to watch the tornado warning. Let me go ahead. I know that rotation looked like it was weakening just a little bit, but we'll continue to monitor it. But you see our hurricane is strengthening here. It's now Category 2, and it's going to likely become a Category 3 here very soon, and then maybe even approach, if not get to Category 4 strength here at landfall. So a really dire situation if you haven't already evacuated toward some of these zones toward the Big Bend coastline. Time is running very short now. I know we have some lightning, some nasty weather coming in, but the core of the hurricane still further out in toward the Gulf of Mexico here as it's going to move very quickly. But again, time to evacuate is running out here. As you see where the tornado watches are currently, I put those areas on the screen for everybody, and you can see how, except for Levy, Marion, we really don't have that in our area at the moment. We have a tornado warning, that's what we're on, and then we have a tornado watch likely coming to fill in that gap here very soon, as you can see by that red circled area. 95% chance that that gap gets filled in here, so we're watching. Even you can see some of the eye wall and radar a little bit now as we look, just further out with this, and just a nasty situation. Let's get back over to South Georgia right now for a moment, though, with this tornado warning that's in effect. I know we need to get folks into shelter here. Need to get an interior room away from windows. As we're looking at things, I'll put those tornado safety tips back up for everybody. And you'll be able to see here the rotation. We have some of that green and red coming together still. Hard, to see any debris right now, so that's good. Not seeing anything, conclusive, it seems, in terms of a tornado touchdown. But you got to be really careful in these circumstances. You got to be really mindful of what could happen. As I look there, I don't see anything conclusive, but again, just continuing to track the situation. Just kind of backing things up even further. Looking there at 10:16 or so, right before that, tornado polygon, actually, I see it came out at 10:15, but the system has the time here at 10:14 actually, but as you look, not seeing the debris there, but that's good. But we've still got to get folks into shelter now. Eventually, with the warning for Glenn and Wayne now, they cancel it out. Camden, this may kind of get, closer to the edge of the viewing area, but probably still be in it here through the duration of this warning. So, got to take those tornado precautions. Again, that's the storyline there. Let's watch this storm in Duval County here. There's no tornado warning on it yet. But it looks like it's kind of in an environment here that's more discrete in nature that could cause us problems here over the next little bit. So gotta be mindful of that. You can see that there's really kind of areas here where not too much is going on right now, and then more areas further downstate, and As we get out here, switch rated into the blast flood warning continuing here for Franklin County to 12:15 as we continue to watch things here. By the way, our barometric pressure is at 1,007 millibars here, east of Stark now. It'll be dropping a good bit, though. It'll be dropping a lot more rapidly off toward the west, it would seem, as we look ahead. Gotta watch for weak rotation. Some of this here, there's some lightning, some wind enhancement, but, these winds are still, safe enough, as long as you don't have a tornado warning, to evacuate from here at this point still, because the core of the hurricane is further out in the Gulf at this point in time. And I'll switch over to temperature, see if we can see that a little bit better for you guys at home. See some stuff here on this view. So that kind of tells the story. You're kind of not seeing the axial core, but you see some of the much stronger winds associated with Helene. So, and then by the way, we have a tornado warning in Brevard County. That's just outside of our area by a little ways. That's in the Orlando television market. We're gonna have to watch stuff like that here. See how that evolves. That could be an hour or less away from our area, depending on how that develops. It could hold together. But as we get up here to South Georgia, you can see the green and red trying to come together. Green winds going toward the Jacksonville radar. Red winds going away from the Jacksonville radar site. As we have this tornado warning in effect here. Of course, continuing to watch this very carefully. And we're going to watch the storm down here. It isn't so much rotation right now in terms of the velocity scans. We're going to have to watch it. I know. This storm here, it's the one with the tornado warning right now for parts of Glenn County in our area and just outside of area for portions of Wayne County until 10:45 this morning. And just continuing to watch at about 10:22. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Dock Junction, moving north at 35 miles per hour. Again, gotta go ahead and take your tornado precautions here. Let's go ahead. I'm just looking at some things here behind the scenes, trying to get an idea of exactly what's going on here. I know that storm surge is going to be so serious as we look toward areas from, especially Carabel to the Swanee River, but also through Levy County. Just a catastrophic scenario anticipated. Especially Carabel to Swanee River, where it's going to be 15 to 20 feet, but 10 to 15 feet as we get down towards Cedar Key area. So a very serious, very sobering situation that we're dealing with the hurricane here. So again, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed in this scenario. Again, hurricanes do spawn tornadoes and tornado warnings, and that's what we're looking at right now, well away from the core that's in the ward part of South Georgia. So, again, I'm just continuing to watch here the situation. I know, let's go over toward our graphic source here to kind of tell our story in terms of the local zones of Helene danger, I think. So, let me go ahead and kind of do that right now. And I'm going to take off our hurricane warning super. I know that's kind of in the way here at this point, but, that's such a big deal. But you can see here, talking about our situation, peeking out later on this evening tonight and early Friday, that fringe impact, isolated tornadoes I was talking about it here, that to begin earlier on, and that's what we're seeing right now with a tornado warning for parts of Glenn County. But you can see in that pink area, gust 90 plus miles an hour, a possibility. Some areas could see much stronger winds and surge to 20 feet even, and, a potential here too. So some buildings destroyed and uninhabitable. That's why it's so important if you're in those storm surge vulnerable zones, in mobile homes, in the case of the gust, even if you're further in, you got to heed those evacuation orders. Numerous trees are going to be down. Just everywhere, absolutely everywhere. Mobile homes are going to have big problems in a lot of cases. In some cases, they'll be destroyed, and then there'll be extended and long-lasting power outages. So, an extreme situation that we're talking about here. in that pinkish color on the screen. So this is not good here, folks, at all. In the red, kind of, right on the edge of the worst, but, kind of also depends a little bit on the track here. But it won't be as bad because really I could have put another area inside of that pinkish color there, to highlight even graver danger. And the yellowish where you have the fringe impacts and the like. So just continuing to track the situation here with Helene. A very, very serious one. I mean, I know we have the tornado warning right now in Glenn County, and that's something you can't, you can't take lightly here, but we're much more concerned about areas toward the west later on. As grave of a danger as we're ever going to have here. I mean, really, I know the Hurricane Center doesn't use this terminology, but if they did, this would be a situation that you would call a hurricane emergency, I think. That's how bad this is looking to be here, how bad things are looking to be with Helene. So, you gotta take this very seriously. Again, evacuate out toward the west. Your time is running as short as it can be. It's not quite out yet. Still have a little more time. I know it's kind of nasty, but the core of the hurricane, the much, much, much worse conditions, are still, a little ways away. So that's the storyline there. It's still bad and it's not ideal. But I'm honestly, I mean, we have some of these flash flood warnings, and I'm not taking them, maybe and treating them as, serious as I generally would, because it's just going to be, a situation where these areas are going to be destroyed potentially later on, and in terms of wind and slash storm surge, depending on exactly where you're at. So, that's why, I mean, we don't want you to not evacuate because you're seeing some of these warnings, other than tornado warnings. I mean, the flash flood warnings, you just got to be really, really careful. I mean, it's not ideal and it still can be dangerous, but this is a lot more dangerous. What's headed our way in the case of Helene here later on, the core of it, is still, it's pretty far away, but it's going to move very, very rapidly, maybe at 30 miles an hour with a forward speed at some point, which is remarkable. I mean, that is just, unheard of with a storm that's going to be, it would seem, a major hurricane. So a big deal there. For a moment, storyline. I don't want to say big deal, but storyline with the tornado warning in effect. So let's jump back over here. You can see that rotation looks to be weakening right now. I know that as a tropical tornado situation, things can kind of fall apart pretty quickly, but we're still going to keep on watching this here, keep on monitoring it, obviously, to see how things evolve on us, but not really seeing much with it. I mean, if you had debris with it, it would have to be a little bit, higher up, though. A little bit higher up, meaning it'd have to be a stronger tornado. So that, means that, it could still be producing a weaker tornado. Not out of the question here in this set of circumstances. You see other storms here we have to watch off the coast. There's some rotation with them, not extreme. And we're watching an area in Duval County here, and then we're watching another area where we have tornado warnings, a new one just issued. It's they're right near the I-95 corridor. There's a possible tornado there right now as you get just northwest of Turnbull, south of Scottsmore, kind of following I-95 right now, and now a new tornado warning's been issued because possible tornado moving north at 35 miles an hour, and we'll just see how that holds together. It may, because of the way these bands kind of spiral, and I've been switching radars if you're wondering why it kind of skips some frames after load some of the latest volumetric scans in, but I mean, it may kind of go, here where, this shows it kind of going off the coast. Now, with the way the bands are, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes. I need to loop it just to kind of get a gauge of it myself. I mean, it may not go off the coast necessarily exactly like it's showing on here, but, it could weaken out some. We'll see. And we're at 81 degrees right now around Stark. I was just curious to see how much we've warmed up here. That is a little bit of warming. But, not a whole bunch of warming here necessarily, but that can help with the instability factors of the tornado threat here. Supercell, parameters and significant tornado parameters. When we look at those, and it actually says a little bit higher here, significant tornado parameters up toward our area. So meaning, a tornado threat definitely, could start to get a little bit higher later on. Since we had, some warming, it could mean a strong tornado can't be completely ruled out. You see some pretty high supercell composite values here, as well as, I have it where you can see some of these numbers, 4s and 5s on that. So that's kind of intriguing there. And then you can see significant tornado parameters showing on up there. Those, about 3/4 there per se. So that that's something worth noting as we're kind of tracking the situation, giving you the latest on it and the like. So again, it's all about trying to protect you, your friends, and your family here. We're definitely going to have to watch some of that threat. Of course, we have the current tornado warning right now. Let me go ahead and get back over to that. That's in our area, parts of Glenn County. That's to 10:45. Doesn't look too strong right now, but still take your tornado precautions. And here's some tornado safety tips to keep in mind. I know tornado watch for a little more area, but it's going to probably be for many more counties here soon. And, in a hurricane situation, you just got to stay tuned for the latest updates and have multiple ways to receive alerts. And with tornado warnings, that means a tornado has been detected using radar and spotted. You want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. And yes, want to have those shoes on in case, there's debris in the aftermath. You don't want to cut your feet up. And with the tornado warning safety tips, these are also going to apply to our extreme wind warning situation later on. The, product that the hurricane, or not the hurricane center, the weather service in Tallahassee uses, or other weather service offices use when we have this extreme hurricane winds that are expected to come through. They're going to be like tornado-like winds. It's a very rare product. It was used during Dahlia last year. I know they've used it during Michael, and they're probably going to be using it later today because that's how bad things are going to be, really tonight. How bad things are going to be toward Tallahassee area, maybe Perry, that vicinity, and even in the South Georgia some. That's how dangerous this is here and how serious you gotta be taking this, matter here. Not good. Not a good situation that we have on our hands here. As I know, checking some different sources. I know we're gonna be watching, flood threats around here even, and flood watch. We have the flash flood warning, but I know things, could be pretty bad up toward, I don't want to say worse because they're going to be really, really bad in our area, but there could be some terrible flooding in the, mountain areas there, western North Carolina later on as this kind of gets more up there. There's already some flooding now, but as, things get worse there, they could get rain amounts they're, very unaccustomed to that could cause mudslides up there. So we're not going to have much time to talk about that because we're so focused on our area, but thought I'd throw that in there real quick. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on this update. Of course, the extreme wind warning gonna be an issue later on. And we'll have coverage as the storm makes landfall, of course, on Facebook, Twitter/X, YouTube, and Twitch. So just, stick with me here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. We're really, really trying to stay on top of the situation. And I want to remind folks of something here, too. I want to help you guys understand storm surge. This is a graphic here from weather.gov, NOAA, and, we're talking about maybe some areas getting up to 20 feet of storm surge. Well, that means we're getting up there really to the top of this home, causing it probably to break apart. And, and a family, it doesn't even take near that much to cause them to drown, as you can see in this demonstration here. And I know, speaking of this, I know Weather Service Tallahassee was really concerned about Appalachia Bay and storm surge flooding there. I want to make sure I mention that. By the way, gust of 45 at Craig Airport in Jacksonville recently. It's just coming across as a tropical cyclone wind gust. But in terms of storm surge, this is, where you have the deadliest, situations. Horseshoe Beach, you guys had, several feet, many feet of storm surge there. Well, this could be, maybe double that. As bad as Adalia was, it could be double, and maybe even more than double. But let's just, hope for, a situation where it's not more than that, but even double. Even what this was is just, that's devastating. Really, what we're expecting is catastrophic out of Horseshoe Beach is, gonna be causing, some of these homes that were still there last year. This time around, they might, start to be, broken apart here, really. And, the ones, you see on stilts, this type of surge maybe being double what we had last time. It's just not good. I mean, and you already have the other areas that were hit and, rebuilt, and now those maybe even, more susceptible spots get hit, and you have just a terrible situation on your hands. Of all that work folks put into things is kind of, being, destroyed. Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael, coastal devastation from Helene could look like this in the hardest hit areas with the buildings just completely wiped away. So please evacuate. It's so important. And let's give you an update on that tornado warning. They're expiring that tornado warning now. As we get back up there, again, we always are going to be on guard. We're expecting a tornado watch to come out very soon for a lot more of the area. This area that we had tornado warning and didn't have a watch at the moment. But, that tornado warning being expired, that's good. We have some rotation up toward McIntosh County, but that's outside of the area. But you have, I don't like that one. That looks like that's going to be a candidate for a tornado warning pretty quick here. That reminds me of some of these we would get during Irma. Not quite as strong, but it reminds me of some of those that we would get, during Irma with those coming in out of the east like that. Some rotation here in Jacksonville. Watching some stuff out here. Then we're watching this one down here toward Volusia and Brevard. And we'll see how that kind of tracks to see if it tracks into our area or not. Around Stark, things are pretty calm right now. Tallahassee area, you're in a situation where, in Tallahassee proper, it's not too bad. Further to the west, it's pretty nasty, but, you probably need to just go ahead and kind of brave the conditions here to get those preparations done. Granted, we could still have some tornado warnings, and that's when you have to kind of hunker down for a little bit. I see some rotation southeast of Wilma that catches my eye. That could be something that gets a tornado warning here in short order. We shall see, but, a nasty situation, but it's going to be a lot worse. A lot worse here, folks. As we just continue to reiterate. Let me go ahead and jump back on over here toward the graphics. And I know it's weird me not spending as much time on a tornado warning as I generally would. And for the rest of the east, of course, the fringe impacts mean that technically a tornado could do, damage that is, notable. Compared to the west, damage is all just going to be kind of mixed together as we look later on. It's just a situation where we're so concerned out toward the west here. Just a devastating, a catastrophic set of circumstances headed toward that area in pink, it would look like. Just not good news at all. A really bad thing happening here later on with Hurricane Helene. Surged up to 20 feet, maybe gust to 90, and in some cases a lot higher, even miles an hour. So not good here at all. Let me go ahead and see this graphic here, and I'll, have to look at things to see if they need to be updated. These graphics here are just manuals, so if we have some model changes here, it's not like, it's gonna, reflect them here until I go in there and look at some things. But You can see the gust there, 115 miles an hour possible. Later on around Tallahassee, 105 around Valdosta, but then 135 around the coast, and even in the Swanee River Valley, maybe about 95 miles an hour. So, those are really extreme winds. We just got the tornado watch issued now further up toward the north, and in fact, I mean, that includes almost our entire area. I mean, and actually, if you combine it with the other one, that means our entire area is now under a tornado watch. I believe. Let me make sure Liberty is. Yeah, they are. Let me go ahead, switch this over. Bear with me. I know we're watching stuff out there to the west. Blast foot warning toward like Franklin County and the like. But here's that new tornado watch filling in the gap. And by the way, I don't like to see an 87 degrees there on Mayport, but that's what we're dealing with right now. Not a good situation with the instability. But now this is tornado watch in play here. As we look, I'm going to turn something off so we're not, sampling everything on the screen. But again, you can see here, that's a wide area under a tornado watch. Goes all the way from Quitman County in the northwest there, and as you follow in Alabama, and then all the way through Flagler County to the southeast. And then we have Levy and Marion in the other one. And that tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock tonight. So we're just gonna, be watching that threat here. But obviously, the core of the hurricane, a much bigger concern as we continue to watch things. Okay, it looks like now we did just get maybe some type of update. I don't see it on my system here, but with stuff coming in like that tornado watch, it may have passed it by. I'm not sure. It looks like they're going to upgrade this maybe to a major hurricane, but it hasn't come across officially yet. Okay, let's see. Okay, I was looking at that wrong here, actually. I was looking at that a little bit wrong. I apologize on that, but that's the expectation, obviously, for later on. As we look ahead into where the timeline, it's been a long set of hours here in the Weather Center. It's still a 1 here as of earlier on this, but then it did become a 2 with the 8 o'clock update. And you can see here the hurricane itself maybe a little bit off track, just a bit to the east. I mean, as you look at this, and that can be problematic. Have to see, how that could change things. I mean, that may be about 30 miles here according to this system, off track, 20, 30 miles. And then that can change things further to the north, with this set of circumstances. Again, continuing to watch the situation. We're going to have a new advisory soon. I want to see what they have in that. The Hurricane Center. I think we're going to have maybe a tornado warning in our area again here soon. So don't really want to wrap it right up yet. We'll just kind of stick with this a little while. As again, it's a 2 right now. It was a 1 earlier. And we're expecting it to be a 3 later on and could approach a 4 before it's a 1 there. As you see there, maybe around Albany tonight around 2 a.m. with the eye of the hurricane. So the worst of that, storm would be, especially on the north and east side, but there would still be some in the west, but the south side would probably be, still with wind, but breaking apart at that point. Again, just continuing to give you the latest. Let me go back on over to another source here. I want to check some of these storms here with the rotation. Yeah, that looks like something that, could very well get us a tornado warning for Glenn County again pretty soon. Not a guarantee, but that looks problematic. Stuff in Duval County, don't really see it right now, so that's good. And we'll be watching this down here toward Volusia County. And then we look further out toward the west. Some rotation in Liberty County. There's a rotation in Apalachicola as well. But again, and as you know, concerning as a tornado warning can be, and you got to take sector in that period of time, you know, if you're out to the west here, you know, I normally wouldn't say this because normally I would want you just to be ready for a tornado warning. But if you're right at the coast here, you know, and haven't left yet in some of these areas, you know, and of course further east it's a little bit safer to leave right now. You just got to leave. I mean, you know, there may be a little break in between this area and another area, but you can't count on that. Surge is going to rise so fast later on, potentially, that, you know, even if this can be life-threatening in a, you know, very isolated manner, per se, you know, what we're going to have later with that surge is going to be, you know, something that may not be survivable. That's what we're talking about. That's what the Weather Service is saying. You know, I agree with it. 20 feet of storm surge, you know, potentially not survivable. Now, got to keep in mind Franklin County too. There's a chance, you know, if the center goes further east, then you're not going to get the surge as bad, or maybe as you're expecting, but could still get in the eye wall. Okay, tornado warning, Liberty County. So I kind of was thinking that's, you know, why I really needed to stay with that. And we have now a tornado warning to 11:15. At 10:51, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 18 miles east of Stone Mill Creek or 18 miles southeast of Bluntstown, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour. So you need to go ahead and take those tornado precautions. The red box will up in just a second, but you see that rotation there. Possible tornado in Liberty County in the Florida Big Bend region that will eventually move in maybe more toward areas of Calhoun County. So, you know, kind of getting away here from our area with that specific cell, but there are other candidates to be problematic, obviously, as we look ahead. So again, a tornado warning in effect, so we got to stick with things. But because of the nature of what we're dealing with the hurricane, I won't just spend, you know, the entire time on these tornado warnings unless we have something really, you know, well defined here. And even later on, if that's like in landfall coverage, we wouldn't be able to. So, you know, it's a tricky situation here, a tricky scenario. Here's your tornado safety tips. Each sector has a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. So in that one red box area, you have to stop, you know, trying to leave for the moment. But you know, other areas, you just really gotta try to get out of there because of the emergency in terms of the unsurvivable storm surge coming into play here later on for portions of our viewing area. A dire situation. You gotta take this so serious. Again, let's go back over to some of our other sources here. I wanted to see something I said to our viewers last night, if you weren't with me. This is what inland Hurricane Michael damage looked like there. This is around Mariana, as you were looking at things there in 2018, about 50 miles inland. But, you know, honestly, you know, that storm was stronger at landfall than what the forecast is for this one. It was officially a Cat 5. But the thing is, it was moving a little slower. So, you know, you could see some of this damage like this with a lot of building, you know, devastation. I know there was even some building collapses in Mariana. You could see some of that around maybe Valdosta, Thomasville, even. So that's not something you would expect generally, and that's something we'll probably see. You know, maybe it's, you know, somewhere, you know, in that vicinity. With the, you know, maybe building collapses, and of course down toward the coast, all the way from there down to the coast, you'll have that potential. So, okay, we're getting an update from the Hurricane Center now. So I know we have the tornado warning, but let me go back to other source here. It does have the new update in there. It's not quite a major Hurricane Cat 3 yet, but it has strengthened up to 105 miles an hour now. 105. So let's jump back on over here toward this mode of things as we continue to give you guys the latest on Hurricane Helene. I know we have a tornado warning in Liberty County here, you know, and I know they even have some evacuation orders over there, but it's a dicey situation for a few minutes, but then you have to get out because time's running short. Again, you see our hurricane, and then you see the official track. We have another tornado warning now for Franklin County. So, and let's see with this one. This is a possible tornado near Carabel. Warning to 11:30. So let's go ahead and zoom back in over there. So moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. At 10:55, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Carabel, moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. So gotta go ahead and take those tornado precautions there. Let me pull up rotation tracker. You can see some rotation there. Not a whole bunch, honestly, on this one. Doesn't mean it's not a threat. But we're watching some there right into the coast right near, it looks like US 98. So something, to take heed from, obviously. But again, we're going to be watching even a overall bigger concern, much bigger concern later on. That's crazy to say when you have tornado warnings, but that's what the storyline is. It's going to be a lot worse later on. And I mean, some of these areas, could get hit by a tornado and still the winds will be worse later on. That's just the nature of things. I mean, not necessarily if you have the tornado warning, like we had one to start out with this coverage here. This stream, Glenn County, that area, not going to get hit enough to have it to be hard to tell damage from a tornado from a hurricane, but different story. Some areas further out toward the west. Again, trying to give you the latest here. There's apparently, let's see, it looks like they're saying observed water spout. I don't know how that was observed because it says radar indicated another text, unless there's a reverse signature or something maybe. But again, tornado warnings, Franklin 1, Liberty 1. We're sticking it with it. We're in wall to wall when we have tornado warnings, but it's not going to be wall to wall into tornado warnings because we just have a much bigger story with the core of the hurricane coming in later on. So let's go ahead and talk more about that as this situation does transpire. So I need to get back over to our other source. Okay, so you can see here. You can see some of that eye, and really eye wall more than anything being, more well defined on the source here as we're looking at things. And you see a Cat 3, and then you see here a tropical storm around Atlanta. And I wanted to check some things because at first glance it looks like, this track has been, I know it's already been kind of nudged around to the east, but it kind of looks, and I need to look at another source to double check this. Let's see here. Well, they kind of still have it going right through Tallahassee, according to the other source, with the actual center line here in the eye, in the center of the eye. But that is still a little bit east of where it was last night when we were tracking things here with you on air. As you see the wind radii, so if you just try to do north, let's just kind of put that, eye there in Tallahassee. Okay, so you see the red little square there. I'm going to take it off for a second because I got to measure something out. So then we go 45, 50 miles to the east of that where you have the sustained hurricane winds. So then I put it back on the screen, and that means you're going to have sustained hurricane winds maybe to, that Suwannee-Madison County line. That's really significant. And then if we go, let's see here, and this is, going to vary some, but, depending on the ultimate track and the size of the wind field, but 36 miles east of that is where you're going to have your hurricane gust, and that cuts off there just east of Lake City. For reference, that also it would be, maybe around like High Springs and Alachua, and then, just kind of giving you guys some idea of where that would cut off if you extrapolate it outward. So that's a big wind field. The storm's a big deal. You gotta charge those devices if you're not evacuating. If you feel comfortable staying where you're at, well, you're probably still, in some cases, it's almost a certainty you're gonna lose power. Other cases, it's still a possibility across your area. And everybody, it's a possibility with a tornado watch in play and a tropical storm and/or hurricane warnings, So, I mean, you just got to charge your devices up and be prepared for, in some cases, long-lasting power outages. As everybody's in our area, everybody in our area is under a tropical storm warning or a hurricane warning. So, nasty, nasty situation here, folks. Very, very serious. It's not a good situation at all. We need to go back to the tornado warnings for a moment, I think. Okay, so this is tornado warning. That's the one that's closer to the coast. I guess you could call it tornado warning number 2. Weak rotation with that, quite honestly, and that's even maybe weaker now in Liberty County, so those are not impressive at all. But again, we're going to keep watching them. Take your tornado precautions in their red boxes as we continue to give you the latest here. There's now a tornado watch for the bulk of our area until 9 o'clock tonight. And, just a little bit, I think it maybe 8 o'clock for Marion and Levy. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Let me go ahead and see where we might want to go next with this. Okay, we're watching some stuff down in Volusia County. I know that's not the best radar for, but we're watching that. We're also watching now some rotation northeast of Ocala. It's weak. But, it could be gusting there a wind, 40 miles an hour, give or take. We have some areas that are discrete up here. That could get a tornado warning. That out here also could get a tornado warning. That's a little bit less defined. Let's check priority numbers real quick here across the state behind the scenes. In Florida now, talking about 25,855 customers in the dark. 783 in Wakulla County. But then there's a lot of those, and numbers, there's not a high percentage, so it's harder to find on our maps, but as I kind of switch some things around again, let me go ahead and kind of jump on over to another source here. There's counties with, so much population, the percentage isn't high, but we're talking about a couple thousand out in Collier County, about 5,000 in the dark in Palm Beach County, 3,000 in Miami-Dade, 3,000 in Broward, and that kind of adds up pretty quick, but 2,000 in Duval County, so all spread out, but not that high of concentration whatsoever at this point, because you see the core of the hurricane, despite the tornado warning, the core of the hurricane here, moving quick, but it's still pretty far out there, and I know there's sometimes this placement of the system between where the eye is and where, where the icons are here, so that's interesting, to be quite honest. I've seen that before, and, not quite 100% sure what to make of that, because I think the satellite does a decent job of where that eye is. I can do something else, so let's go to the American, United States view, and then let's see Meso view even. It's still just on that displacement a little bit, because that's, that's a big deal even of itself there from where they're plotting it. But, maybe they're saying that's where the lowest pressure is, despite the ice going up east, but it seems like we have that issue sometimes, but it can make a big difference later on. The thing I will say, though, is we'll have radar later on to track things, so we won't have to worry too much, but even radar here shows it further east, so we'll see it. It could be just trying to wobble a little bit further east, but track this came out there, so something we're going to have to watch. But that eye wall, it's going to be problematic. You can't see a lot of it yet because the radars, we don't have them in the Gulf, but again, just trying to give you the very latest here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Rotation track, we have the tornado warning. These are not impressive areas of rotation, at this point in time, but We're going to keep watching them, keep tracking them, take shelter. Let me go ahead and see what else we need to talk about with our storm setup here. At this point, I know I have to kind of do some manual changes to some of these graphics here. We had that new advisory come in if I want to show some stuff about that. So bear with me here. I know we do have a high risk of flash flooding. You know, the wards like the Big Bend, we're getting that right out ahead of the, you know, main event really. As we're looking, as we're tracking here. Just trying to set some things here. It's just a one-man band, but I'm going to try to get a graphic together with rainfall, you know, totals here in terms of the expectation. Okay, a storm chaser observed a water spout near Carabel. Okay, so that was at 10:52. That might be what prompted that tornado warning. The tornado warning for Liberty County, this being expired out, technically would still go for a few more minutes though. The other one goes until 11:30 though, unless it gets dropped early. So I'm just trying to do some manual changes here because some of these graphics I have to kind of update here on the fly. I mean, we have certain things from National Hurricane Center or Weather Prediction Center, but then I have to go ahead and, you know, to get them in a better graphical form at least, I have to do a couple manipulations here behind the scenes, but this is such an urgent situation. We generally wouldn't do it when I'm talking like this, but it's important to, you know, give you guys the very latest here on what's going on with our hurricanes. So that's what I'm doing here. These tornado warnings. Still got to be careful. We have the one, you know, really it's still showing up here that, you know, the other's technically still in effect for a few more minutes, but, you know, right now neither of them pose just something, you know, of a huge threat, but we're got to be really careful. There's tornado warnings. They're just, you know, not something that, you know, is just an overwhelming threat like what the core of Helene looks to pose. So I do have a rainfall forecast now, so let's go ahead and jump over to graphics. And you can see through 8 a.m. tomorrow, we're talking about areas here, and this does, you know, adding a little bit of this morning, but overall, we're talking about 5 inches of rain there, you know, on average around Tallahassee, maybe closer to 7 around Apalachicola. You know, that's, you know, the totals really from 8 a.m. this morning through 8 a.m. tomorrow. You can see up toward western North Carolina, even higher. Some areas there are 10 plus inches, which that area, you know, that is just, that's really, really scary up there. They're not used to these type of tropical downpours. And that type of rain up there could actually, you know, be quite a bit worse than the type of rain down here. Granted, we have the surge, which is going to be catastrophic, but that flooding could be catastrophic in the Appalachian Mountains there because of mudslides with 10 inches of rain that quickly. That could be a really bad scenario. I mean, the Atlanta Metro is going to have a lot of rain here as well. You know, maybe a little bit of a nudge closer, just a little east up there, which, you know, might help Atlanta a little, but it's going to make things worse toward, you know, maybe Asheville, North Carolina, and the like. But again, just continuing to track things here in the Weather Center. This is just through 8 a.m. tomorrow with the projection. You see on Stark, about 1.25 inches or so inch on average, and that's not much at all, which is great news, you know. But the wind could still pick up a good bit here later on, and you still got to take that into consideration here. Still could have power outages. It's just, you know, an odd situation really when you look at it. But I mean, you're talking about Live Oak area. This is only showing maybe, you know, 2 to 3 inches over there. But they could have widespread power outages because of the way things are going to come on through there with the, you know, rain, you know, quick, but then the wind will be with that quick here as well, with maybe, you know, the eastern eye wall or the eastern side of intense convection just east of the eye wall. But again, continuing to watch here. I know you can get a clutter.com/radar when we're not on, but we're going to be on a lot here looking ahead with this landfalling hurricane later on tonight. Let me go ahead and see here Where else I might want to go? Let's go ahead and go to our model guidance here. By the way, there's a tornado on the ground in South Carolina now, Calhoun, Orangeburg counties. We'll pull that up really quick. That's been confirmed by emergency management, apparently, kind of showing you the scope of the pattern that we're in. Of course, we have this tornado warning here. We had the weather spout reported by Storm Spotter. As we continue to track things here, continue to monitor. Let me go ahead, put on the modeling here. Let's see, I know it's a little tricky doing HRRR still because that's more for when you have something on, closer in here, not a hurricane model, but we're just gonna kind of try to use it here at this point, as it is getting closer, but it's such a quick moving system, especially as we look ahead, it's gonna really pick up forward speed, and you can see this is trying to see that hurricane, maybe about 10 o'clock they're heading, and then see that eye wall going right through Taylor County here. This is 10 o'clock on this projection, with the eye wall maybe going right through Taylor County and the Perry area, Mayo area, and Lafayette County. Cedar Key area having big problems. High tide around 7. Storm surge coming up in that area, before 10 then. And then you can see even the eye wall, the western side of that eye wall could be getting to Tallahassee here on this projection. As you can kind of see that. I mean, this gets it up all the way through like Bainbridge to Adel and Valdosta, and then, Thomasville, getting into this Moultrie. This is here is about midnight, so it's moving very quickly, and I don't want to confuse anybody. I might be because I'm toggling back and forth because we get the, model data on the fly, so I see the latest run the first time myself, so this is showing for 9 o'clock here, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight. That seems way slow compared to some of the other models, though, quite honestly. That's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It's still moving very fast. It just doesn't seem as fast. As I see another tornado warning now. This is Liberty, Lawn, and McIntosh counties up around Hinesville, but not in our area. You can see the red box, but I'm looking at the model guidance right now. Let me go ahead and see here. As we do still have a tornado warning continuing for parts of Franklin County to 11:30, so make sure in that area, in that red box, you're taking your tornado precautions. I'm going to go to our DFS model because it's going to be, maybe a little bit more able to handle stuff that, it's not closer to land. Handle tropical systems. I know it's not as high resolution, but, still should tell a story pretty well. And this is 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock. See that in this case, the eye walls across Dixie and Taylor counties at 8 o'clock. That surge will be coming up in Cedar Key. They have eye tide at 7. I mean, the way that isn't good. And then you can see that eye going maybe across Taylor and Madison County, but that eye wall, we saw something a little similar, though. It was a small hurricane, but we had western eye wall with Hermine, over Tallahassee. Now it still caused big problems. This would be even worse. Granted, the eastern eye wall is probably a little bit stronger than the western eye wall here, but I know in Hermine, I want to say the western eye wall really still had, a punch in it more than about anything. But in a normal hurricane, when it's really, when I say normal, more formed, the eastern side is going to be stronger. The western side, close in, will still have big problems. And, right now it looks like Tallahassee, 11 p.m., having big problems. Okay, and by 2 a.m., though, starting to already get out of the picture. Okay, new tornado warning now. Let's go ahead and jump over here. It's for Glenn County. So that's an area where it's not going to get hit by, the core. You're going to have fringe impacts like what we have with tornado warnings. So there's your red box that just popped in. This is a tornado warning to 11:45. At 11:14, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over St. Simon's Island Village or near St. Simon's Island, moving north near 25 miles an hour. We're talking about Brunswick, St. Simon's Island Village, and Country Club Estates being impacted around 11:20, and Dock Junction around 11:25. So again, You want to go ahead and take those tornado precautions in that area right now. So let me go ahead and pull those up on the screen for everybody. Let me go ahead and do that. So you guys are kind of reminded here of what we're talking about that you need to do. This also includes areas like Boise Estates here in southeast Georgia. But you want to seek certain to that 30 building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. So, tornado warning effect now until 11:45 for Glenn County. Let me go ahead and go back on over to another source here. You can see that we have some other discrete storms as well. Kind of a unique setup there. Got to be careful. I know I also had a lot of tornadoes going back in the timeline. Granted, with that situation, we did have some, road defined breaks in the clouds. Okay, let's go back over here. And we're watching the rotation. It's weaker in general than the other one, but it's out toward Franklin County. Let's have a continuation of this flash flood warning until 12:15 Eastern Time. At 11:15, local law enforcement reported heavy rain across the warned area with flash flooding already occurring. Carabel, Apalachicola, East Point, St. George Island, Port St. Joe, Mexico Beach, Weewahitska, Stonemill Creek, Franklin, Beverly, Hayes Place, Fort Gadsden, Apalachicola Airport. You kind of get the idea. So that's that green box there. Let me go to velocity on that storm in South Georgia. I know we had a rotation tracker, but this is that area we were watching. You can see the greens, winds going towards the radar, red winds going away. And we've had enough of that, on the view to prompt that tornado warning. I know that's the area where we were watching. And then you see the red box pop up a little weaker right when it gets to land, which is a good sign. These aren't, it's well defined as I've seen in some of these tropical tornadoes so far, compared to, ones we've had around our area in the past and the higher end events. But as the center gets closer, the pressure drops here, and then that could change. So, something to keep an eye on. I know it's interesting to see discrete storms though like this. That's, unique. For sure. As we go ahead and look, there is some rotation here in northern parts of Marion County. Have to watch that getting up into Putnam County there. Over the next little bit, some wind enhancement in there as well, but nothing overwhelming. Flagler, weak rotation coming on in, but nothing overwhelming there. So again, we're continuing to watch things. Let's check this one just outside of our area real quick. I know it's further from this radar site, but you can see some tighter rotation maybe with that one. McIntosh County and getting further up. I know Liberty and Lonos under that tornado warning. So let's go back to the broad view where we can kind of keep both tornado warnings up at the same time, because I have to get another graphic on in here to see some alerts. Because we're not focusing on the tornado warning the whole time because of the, extreme nature of the threat out toward, parts of our 62 counties. We cover a wider area than, local TV stations do. We cover that area out toward Tallahassee there. And there's a coverage map. You see Leon, Wakulla, Gadsden, Liberty, Franklin, all within our area. And areas to the east going to have it, really bad too. And these are all in our area. Okay, new flash flood warning now. Calhoun and Liberty until 3:15 Eastern Time. Let me go ahead and give you that one real quick here at 11:19. Doppler radar indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Flash floods either ongoing or expected to begin shortly around areas like Bluntstown. As I zoom on in, you also have areas in there, like as it's getting to Calhoun County, Bristol. You have areas there like Woma as well. So. Franklin tornado warning being expired, so the one in Glenn's continuing. So we'll zoom back up with this. Since it's just going to be the one now, let's go to the other mode then, as I want to get something together for everybody about the hurricane itself. have to do this on the fly here, but it's important to see a couple things because the core of the hurricane is a much more dire situation that we're dealing with in that regard than these tornado warnings. Still got to take them serious, but need to get this together here real quick. It's just a one-man band, and some of these graphics I have to kind of put in our system manually, so it takes me a moment. But I know last night we were on 85-mile-an-hour winds, now 105-mile-an-hour winds here with the hurricane, with Helene, a Category 2 storm at 115 miles an hour. You know, at that point, when it gets to 115 miles an hour, they go to our Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale real quick. You know, you're gonna have a major hurricane on your hands here, and that'd be devastating, and potentially even could see catastrophic damage, whether it's from the wind and or even more likely a storm surge. But even the wind is probably gonna happen too. Again, a dangerous set of circumstances. Again, just trying to get something together here so I can see our track, but also not, I mean, we've studied the track, but I want to see the cone. But honestly, the biggest part of the graphic is the tropical storm warnings, the hurricane warnings here. Just the spatial extent of those is extraordinary and not in a good way. Not in a good way here, folks. As you know, tracking the situation so carefully in toward the weather center. So. Again, not a good situation. Let me go ahead and continue working on some of this here. As we still get tornado warning, it looks a little more broad right now in Glenn County and southeast Georgia. But it's going to be, you know, something where things that are not broad are going to be very violent and concentrated, you know, over a pretty big area, though, out toward the west later on with the core of this hurricane coming on through and causing devastation, you know, in those hurricane warning areas. A really big deal. Very, very big deal. Yeah, see, the official forecast has slowed it down just a very small bit here. And that they have it there at 8 o'clock. Still a little ways off the coast. Just a little ways off the coast here. Granted, you already have the storm surge impacts getting going, and the eye wall may already be coming on shore at that point. Weather Service and Hurricane Center, and they're talking about how it's strengthening. Helene is strengthening and expected to make landfall. You know, it's going to make landfall into Florida Big Bend this evening as a major hurricane. So preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. So important, you know, to keep that in mind here. Such a big deal. Even if this doesn't become a Cat 4, the size of this, you know, will be, you know, making that storm surge threat still more volatile than, you know, a Dahlia, it would seem. That's something to keep in mind. I know where the center is, when I see this graphic, some of these times are still in Central Time because of how this is set on up here. Because the center's technically just in Central Time out in the Gulf right now. But you'll kind of understand what's going on when I say this to you. They don't even have a time on the more important one there as it approaches the coast, but that'll be 8 o'clock tonight. Now, I'm going to go ahead and see that graphic now, I think we got that ready to go here. Okay, so your 11 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center. Max winds 105 miles an hour as it's forecast to be, and it already now is, you know, in terms of winds as it gets closer, the strongest United States landfalling threat. You have a hurricane this year. Now, of course, back out, you know, with Beryl, at one point it was a 5, and then it was a 1 when it hit Texas. But this is a 2 approaching a 3. I think it's 100 miles an hour That's what the winds are being tracked in real time with for Francine when I was making landfall. We're up to 105 now. And you see 120 miles an hour expected as it approaches the coast there, which makes it a major hurricane. And keep in mind, I mean, you got to keep in mind about storms like Ike in 2008. It had a pretty similar wind speed, and it just, I know, wiped out some areas of the storm surge out there off, areas south of Houston, there near the coast. I mean, that's, could have had something kind of similar here. That was, something back 16 years ago out west. But hurricane warning in that red area, that goes all the way into southeast Alabama. So obviously includes, so much of southwest, south central Georgia, even starts to kind of get a little bit into some of southeast Georgia. Not a lot of it, but a little bit. And in the Big Bend and even some of north central Florida under the hurricane warning as well. That means, widespread power outages, the anticipation in all Georgia under a tropical storm or hurricane warning, almost all Florida under that as well. But, it's even more rare to see a state like Georgia there when it's not even making landfall in that state and it's that big, that many counties to be out, every one of them under an alert like that. That's very bizarre. South Carolina looks like the same thing up there. Well, what a storm this is. Not a good situation at all. But 8 o'clock tonight is where that M icon is. Eastern time, 120 miles an hour. As max sustained winds, that's the expectation. So, again, that's the storyline there. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation. Right now, there's winds at 105 miles an hour. I'm going to go ahead and go on back here to the Doppler. Again, we've tried that tornado warning. We tried that tornado warning there. It doesn't look well defined at all right now. We still got to get in that interior room away from windows. I know it did have a gust at the Jekyll Island area, 44 miles an hour at 11:15. I don't particularly like seeing lightning develop in this because that could, be a sign that we're going to start to see in this pattern, this pressure pattern, rotation strength. And there's some around Hawthorne. It's not enough for a tornado warning yet, but and it being in a line may help it not get that. But, still some gustier winds coming up in that. And that's headed up toward the Keystone area, give or take, here in the next little bit. So, I also need to get our storm surge graphic together here. Again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. I don't really see any changes in it from what we've been showing, recently with that, but I'm going to go ahead and do a manual update on it just in case I'm missing something here. Since I'm on the fly, I know sometimes, there could be one of these numbers that's just a little different or something, so I make sure I'm giving you the updated information. So I'm going to do that quick manual update here in this with this, grabbing the imagery and getting it put in the graphic system. So bear with me here. Take just a few seconds as we continue to watch with that tornado warning in southeast Georgia at 11:45. So technically for another 16 minutes. Let me go ahead and just keep on tracking everything here. Let me pull that, leave it on an area that doesn't have a tornado warning right now. That's very weak though. They may cancel that early. But we shall see. Again, continuing to watch the situation. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. I know it's all about protecting you, your friends, your family with that landfall coverage later on tonight. And we'll have updates here as needed, whether there's tornado warnings or just, for the storm itself as the situation progresses. Again, Helene's going to be a historic threat here. Even if the winds are similar to Idalia, that surge could still be a lot worse based on high tide factors, based on the size of the storm especially. So not good. I know Charlie and 04 didn't have that much of a storm surge, in comparison to Ian, even though the winds are pretty similar down there in Southwest Florida. Ian's surge was way worse, and this storm's moving very quickly, which, between the size of it moving so quick and not having a chance to even try to weaken, we got problems on our hands here, obviously, and, catastrophic danger toward the Big Bend region. Just not good. So if you haven't evacuated yet and you want to know, why you need to evacuate, I'm about to show you why here in terms of the storm surge threat in just a couple of seconds. So that I got a new warning I need to tell you guys about first though. So let me go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and do that here real quick before I switch over to graphics. We have a new flash flood alert, so it's going to be one word there. Let's switch to Tallahassee radar. It's an extension of 1 now to 315 for Franklin and Gulf counties. At 11:31, local law enforcement reported heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. Franklin and Gulf. Watching that. Okay, that tornado warning for Glenn County, they have canceled that now. So that's going to drop off the screen here in a second. But now I need to say you guys why. If you haven't evacuated, time is running very short. I need to show this to everybody. So let's go ahead and do this right now. Okay, that's your storm surge graphic. That is not good what we're talking about there. Not a good situation. 15 to 20 feet. Of storm surge anticipation here later on. And that's just awful, Roy. I'm going to see that more here in a second. As we continue to monitor the situation here, it's a situation that's going to be an awful one here later on. A dire scenario for folks. As we're looking, as we're tracking, as we're monitoring. I'm just going to adjust that graphic just a little, make it just slightly bigger, not by much, but that's what happens when we're on the fly here. I have to kind of make adjustments as I'm talking to you guys, which is not ideal, but it's important to give you this information somehow, some way. So that's what I'm trying to do here at Cloud to Weather right now. So let's go ahead and go back on over. You can see, so 15 to 20 feet is what we're talking about there. Carabao to Swanee River. You have 10 to 15 feet above ground level expected from Carabao to Apalachicola. It's going to depend on exactly where this makes landfall. There'll be spots on the western side of this, that are not going to have the surge, affect Roy as much. Maybe somebody that approaches the coast, but then you're going to have the water going out. So, you're gonna have negative values. So that's, a good thing, really. Obviously compared to these terrible, values to the east. So there is going to be some margin where those are going to be overdone on the western side if this goes a little bit further east especially. But right east of the center, 15, 20 feet of storm surge. That's just catastrophic. Cedar Key area, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. That is just not good here, folks. And so we see Apalachicola on there. We see areas in like Citrus County on there. I want to do something. This is kind of a last call here for evacuation at this point for some folks. And, because this is a dire scenario, dire situation. I know we'll try to wrap this update up here soon if we don't get any new tornado warnings in short order so we can kind of catch our breath as we look ahead to later on. But you can see here, Franklin County, folks, we're talking about a situation where if you're in Apalachicola, you need to get out. Because there's still a chance this could wobble back west a little with the track. If not, even then you're going to have winds that are so strong, potentially coming on in. But then Krills, Carabao, St. Teresa, evacuate. The surge could be, in some cases, to 20 feet as we get further over. That's not survivable in a lot of cases. Panacea, Wacala Beach, I mean, some of these other areas in between I'm not touching on, but you kind of know where you're at as we look here. I mean, some of the surge could still get pretty far in. You see, I should know how to pronounce this by now. Deckley Beach, I think it is there, but some folks may call it Deckle Beach there in Taylor County. You got to get out. Even, pretty far inland of these areas. Steenhatchee, got to get out. In this vicinity and around there. Horseshoe Beach, you got to get out. Swanee, get out. That river could flood way up there with a surge. That applies to other rivers, other areas of Appalachia Bay as well. Cedar Key, you gotta get out. So all these areas in between. I mean, everybody along this coast here within, and you can kind of tell in some ways with the topography how how it might be more vulnerable to flooding anyway. But I mean, you just in these areas here, at the coast, these storm surge vulnerable zones. I'm still in these right now. You gotta get out. You gotta evacuate. Your friends, yourself, your family, if anybody that's in here, lives could be in real danger here if you don't get out. And I might have went a little far north on some of that, but it still could go in pretty far with some of this surge. But you kind of get the idea there on the geography, that general vicinity. They gotta get out because that storm surge there is so serious, so substantial. That catastrophic danger is there. Just not a good situation. Not a good situation here at all. Again, a few different comments. I know, talking about high school football, yeah, some states are going to have issues, if they haven't already played your games. I know where we're at in Bradford County, they actually played high school football yesterday. That's a question from Marcus, though, on YouTube. Talking about a tornado. Another question, well, we've been watching different areas of rotation. At this moment now, no active tornado warnings. College football, we'll have to see how things get, possibly moved around. I know, I want to check something real quick about FSU football here. Their flight, I don't think they were going to head out until after the storm, which, okay, are they adjusting things now? Let me see here. Because I was wondering, I was kind of wondering about this. They're now getting out a little early because I was wondering, like, I was thinking, like, you're not going to be able to get out, possibly if you don't leave today. And it looks like they are now, according to some media sources. But again, that's, just kind of looking here. But again, watching this scenario very carefully. I know we got a viewer watching from Pinellas County. Those surge values, down that way, got to be, mindful of. They won't be as high as to the north, but they're still bad. I mean, some of these, could be still historic, even down there. And let's put our meso overlay on. I mean, your surge is going to start earlier down there, obviously, with the higher numbers. And as things kind of adjust, I mean, some of these areas are probably already seeing some increase here. Let me go ahead and check real quick on some of this. As the situation does develop. Wanted to check it out here. Some of its real-time values. With Helene, such a dangerous situation. Helene, the core of it, you see how the isobars are tightly packed out toward the west. And so, let's see here. Let's see, Naples. Looks like their observed water value got up there into the moderate flood range around 2.5 feet there earlier on, but it's gone down some at this moment. Cape Coral, they're going up some. They're close to 3 feet right now. I know there's some different standards folks use, but I'm using the height in feet, the mean higher height, water level per se. So then Pinellas County, we were wondering about you guys over there. Let me zoom a little bit out with this. Series like Port Manatee, at least, to talk about that community. That's about is 2 feet, but the predictions are for way more as we get maybe to ward. You know, even maybe after the storm passes by, according to some. Let me double check this to make sure I'm looking at this right. Okay, so yeah, even after the storm passes by, maybe that storm surge could be picking on up some down there. But around 2 feet right now. We did just get a tornado warning issued for Franklin, Gulf, and Liberty, so I'm going to go to that here in just a second. But, you know, 2 feet of surge around St. Petersburg, but, you know, that's going to go up pretty rapidly later on. Here's some thunder, but we're at around Stark, but around 2 feet right now around Cedar Key, but going to be much higher later on. You know, that's just minor flood in Apalachicola. They're about 3 feet minor flood in there. I mean, you already have all the rain there too, but okay, that tornado warning just being issued. So we need to jump up there now, talk about that. Franklin, Gulf, and Liberty. So we have some rotation now showing up on the Doppler algorithms that we need to touch on. Let me go ahead and zoom on in here. You can see that circulation there moving up to the northwest towards Sumatra here as we look ahead. As we look ahead here in the timeline, at 11:40, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles north of East Point, moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. So gotta go ahead and take those tornado precautions here. Interior room away from windows and toward that area. Possible tornado, Franklin, Gulf, and Liberty counties. So 12:15 Eastern, which would be 11:15 Central for the portion of that warning that's in the Central Time Zone in Gulf County, and Gulf County is outside of our area, but Franklin and Liberty within the area. So take shelter now. Again, I'm just continuing to watch things, try to give you the updates on that. You know, as the situation that does evolve here. And, you know, just poses significant hazards, you know, later on more than what this is posing, what I'm looking at now. But doing some different things on our Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale in terms of noting some stuff. And I'm going to pull that up for you guys here now on our graphic source. So we have a Cat 2 hurricane right now, extensive damage expected. Expected to be a Cat 3 later on, and the forecast doesn't explicitly call for it, but it can't be ruled out that it becomes a Cat 4. So, you know, devastating damage expected, could be catastrophic with the wind in some areas if it gets a little higher, but with the surge, which is a different, you know, aspect of things, it is going to be catastrophic when you're talking about the expectation of 15 to 20 feet of storm surge in some spots. So, not a good scenario here at all. Very serious stuff. As we continue here, I know we had Isaac develop out there in toward the tropics last night, but that's not going to be an issue. It doesn't look like, you know, after the storm moves through, I know it's going to be, you know, warming up some now, so that could be an issue for folks. And then, you know, I generally wouldn't mention this when we have a hurricane coming in, but because folks will be out without power so long, there could be another Gulf threat here after, you know, maybe a week or more out in the timeline. I haven't spent much time looking at it, but it's come up in some of the model guidance. But I'm seeing mid-80s around Tallahassee here, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, so that's not terrible. But that's still, for this time of year, I mean, you would, after a hurricane comes through, you would like it to be a little cooler than that. But I'm going to look real quick here. I generally, you know, wouldn't be doing this, but because of the situation that we're in here, I want to make sure that, you know, I'm kind of covering all my bases. You know, our model is really trying to say something. Maybe around when I say our model, I'm talking about, it's just, just looking at some different models. The American model I'm looking at this moment. It wants to send maybe another hurricane toward the U.S. around October 6th, give or take. Around Florida, maybe. So, October 5th, October 6th, and maybe further south in the state. In the pattern, that would make more sense, but, that's a week and a half almost away. As if folks are without power, still at that point, I want, you to be thinking out here, like, in a week to kind of be checking back in case, something is, a threat here toward your area. You just never know in these type of setups. I know April 27, 2011, we're talking about a situation here in Alabama where they had storms come through earlier on and they weren't able to get a warning about the later storms. So it's, it's not something we want to talk about with maybe another hurricane later on, but it's not out of the question. But, Helene right now is pretty much a hurricane emergency. That's just kind of my terminology here because of how bad it looks here on our different tools. As we go ahead and, and the threat looks so bad as you see that rotation there. By the way, gust of 40 around Marineland and Flagler County recently in our eastern zones. There's this tornado warning. You see the red, you see the green. Take those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows that look, at least a little more notable than some we've been seeing here lately, though it is embedded in rain. And just the pattern, it may not, be something that, really gets to the ground, but it's not out of the question. So you got to be careful as we watch. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Let's go back a step further off toward the east. Now, this is coming right up toward us here. That's rotating some. In Mike, we had a tornado situation in a close line to this. This may get a tornado warning for Keystone, guys. So heads up. We may get a tornado warning around Keystone and even in the parts, not Clay County, but Bradford County maybe. Because that looks like that's picking up steam here. I'm hearing the thunder from it. And that's showing some wind going toward the radar and away from the radar. So a heads up here. I know this could get a tornado warning pretty quickly on us. No debris or anything, but we're looking pretty close. Not right at, pretty close to Lake Geneva here with this. Again, just trying to, update you on this scenario. Let me go ahead. I know at dark times, unless we have power flashes, which shouldn't be that widespread here in Bradford County. We're not going to see much on our camera, but because it's not, night vision. But I want to pull it up now for what we're dealing with the storminess coming in the moment. You see some of the darker skies. You see a little bit of rainfall in here, but we have this storm with the rotation. It's coming up here. No tornado warning yet on this one. But we got to watch it. Let's see if it's going a little due west and north here, because that could really put where we're at here in danger. And I think it kind of is. So, got to be really careful here around Star. That's a heads up. I mean, that's, as we look at the timeline here, it's moving pretty quickly. I mean, so within 15 to 30 minutes, coming close to where we're at here. So we need to monitor that very carefully for a possible tornado warning at some point. If that rotation intensifies here. Need to be careful. There's a tornado watch now that guidance since we've been on for, the rest of our area. We had 2 counties and the other, I guess, just slew of counties there, 60 counties added to the tornado watch type of threat with another polygon. Well, I guess not. I guess it is a polygon in a way, but another zone being added on in. So, again, just continuing to track things. We do have an official tornado warning out west, so let's go over there. You can see some green and red moving up towards Sumatra. Take your tornado precautions over there. More thunder, but we're out here in Bradford County. And, in a spot like this, maybe not getting, as much, obviously with the core of the hurricane. Something like this could, do more recognizable damage in that, the hurricane obviously is so bad out west, but the core, the damage, it might be hard to delineate. The damage with this would not be hard to delineate here. If we do get a tornado with this, we don't have to have an official warning, but you know where this is headed? Right toward that RV area there, right there, just west of downtown Keystone. If you're in one of those RVs, I might be trying to get to a safer spot real quick because this is kind of headed right in that area there, and those are more vulnerable structures. I mean, there's a tropical storm warning in place, so maybe not the greatest weather anyway to be in an RV in a tornado watch, but that's some green. Winds going toward the radar in Jacksonville, red going away. We do have some rotation here on the Doppler algorithm. I mean, it is kind of embedded a little bit in the rain here, so that could be a limiting factor here to some degree, but I want to kind of pull up our other mode, maybe. Bear with me here. I want to see if our other mode with storm relative velocity is showing. Is this showing it to some degree as well? Let me go ahead and jump on here with that then. Okay, now you saw the camera for a second as we're watching the conditions, get a little worse. I mean, we're going to have rain coming in regardless, but that's when it's going toward the radar. And then this here, talking about winds going away from the radar. So something to kind of bear in mind here as we look at the situation. Definitely can be problematic. Stay heavy rain coming in. That's going to have gusty winds with it no matter what. Let me make sure we have our wind numbers on here so we get a reading from that airport there, further on up. Again, watching that carefully, kind of in a more defined space. 81 degrees here east of Stark right now, by the way. Again, trying to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, this is not an official tornado warning like the one is out to the west. It's just, I see something with this. It's, close to where we have quite a few of our viewers, and I want to make sure folks are staying safe. There is a tornado watch in place, so, stuff can happen very quickly in these type of setups here. Okay, that's a tad weaker on that scan. Let's just make sure there's, no debris. I don't really think there is. Nothing definitive on that. That's a tad weaker, which is a better sign. But we got to keep watching it. And it has weakened a bit because this scan before had, winds when you do the pixel query and the like, about 55 miles an hour, and then this here only at about 40. But we'll see what the airport gets here. Is this kind of right that line? So that's not quite as concerning that latest scan. But we still got to be careful, still got to be mindful, still got to be monitoring things, as the situation does develop. We continue to give you guys the very latest here. Again, so important to be on top of things. There's that rotation out, further off in the western areas. Got to take shelter on Sumatra in the Big Bend region. Obviously, you got a lot worse weather headed your way later, but again, just trying to give you guys the latest. Again, you see that green, some red. See some other areas we'll be watching. See this area here, southeast Indian Pass. Then we have some wind enhancement coming up towards Theresa Keystone. Really, coming through Keystone and up to Theresa at this point. And then moving toward east side of Stark here, about 15 minutes. No tornado warning, no warning with this. Of course, we have a tropical storm warning in play, for everybody in that vicinity, but so you could still have some gusts, maybe to tropical storm force, but no official tornado warning right now. Rotation did weaken a little in that latest scan, but you still got to be kind of careful here, kind of mindful of what we're talking about as I scrub between some things. You see gust 20-30 up here. Some a little bit higher downstate, 30s, 40s, but nothing overwhelming yet. You see all these brighter colors out here in the Gulf. These are much higher winds, and then there's your eye now. You can see that on that radar. And I'll be watching to see, it's just enough in radar, view. We're going to be watching all these different trends and wobbles, potentially with that center, the Iowa, and the like, to see who's going to get the worst weather. But again, just continuing to track all this. So, it's not going to quite go due north, but if it went due north, it's pretty much headed for Apalachicola, but there's going to be some easterly movement with it, and there is some easterly movement with this situation. So, to be precise with this, it is moving north-northeast at 14 miles an hour. As we watch the hurricane. I know we're going to be going ahead and get another graphic together here. We'll probably start getting hourly updates, from the Hurricane Center here very soon with the eye in view. But again, just trying to update some stuff here. Here's some of that thunder we're at in Bradford County. I want to just pull up another graphic here that we have at our disposal and make sure it's kind of, in play too, because it has some storm statistics, and I'll be able to update a little quicker here as this gets closer and we're not able to update some other stuff. Because, some of these factors are very important to track. Again, trying to get some things on these graphics for you. Again, this is a big deal here, folks. Gotta take it seriously. And I'm just going to put these in Eastern time for now, since that's where we're at. I know, even though it's technically in Central. At the moment. Just making sure I have everything right with this. I know we're right approaching the top of the hour. So this is the stats as of 11 o'clock Eastern time. And we'll probably start getting hourly updates fairly soon. But max sustained winds are up to 105 miles an hour. That present movement north-northeast at 14 miles an hour. That minimum central pressure, 960 millibars. And it's going to be a devastating to catastrophic local threat ahead for some. So, the Big Bend region, as we've talked about, that area there. And into southwest, south central Georgia seems to be the focal point, though. A little bit of north central Florida could have some of that, too. Cedar Key, and then Dixie County is kind of right there between the big, it's technically that's the Big Bend, but it's kind of on the edge of that, So I'm going to see another graphic that kind of, pinpoints that a little bit better. Let me go ahead and get that up in our system now. Graphic I went through here last night. So talking about in that pinkish zone here, that's just where we're going to have the widespread significant damage, where, it's going to be some cases, widespread, devastating to catastrophic, type of damage in that pink zone. Some buildings are going to be destroyed and uninhabitable. Numerous trees are going to be down. There'll be problems. Some mobile homes will be destroyed. Even and extended long-lasting power outages. So, not a good situation. By the way, I know I see different things come across, like there's a flood warning for the Ocklawahamie River. I know that's coming up because of the rain we're going to be seeing, with our storm system here, adding on up even more with the core. But, honestly, I have widespread significant damage. I mean, that might be underselling it with that wording. I might just need to say, widespread. I mean, I was going to add another area on here. I would just say devastating and catastrophic, but, significant. I guess that kind of covers that zone, as a good broad brush. But some areas are going to have devastating and catastrophic in there, obviously, when you have that surge to 20 feet and the likes. Not a good situation there. Again, we still have a tornado warning out toward Franklin and Liberty in our area engulfed just outside of area. So let's go ahead and jump back over to that right now. That's why we're staying wall to wall right now, because of these tornado warnings popping up. And some of these areas out west, it's not going to be, anything, even with a tornado, compared potentially to the peak of this. If it's a weaker tornado, if it's just a little bit stronger tornado, then, even still, it might be hard to identify the damage in comparison to the actual, hurricane damage in some of these areas closer to the core. Further out, a different story, but, if we had a tornado in Bradford County, it would be very well defined, the damage, and obvious, because we're not going to get the winds, like they're going to get out west. But, again, watching that weak rotation around Sumatra, that is not impressive right now, but still have that tornado warning, so make sure you're taking precaution. Let me just check debris tracker here. I don't really see anything right now with that. Let's go back to Jacksonville radar. I'll leave it in debris tracker and watch this area coming up to where we're at. A little bit of weak rotation right there on State Road 100. County Road 18 just north of that. I mean, you have heavier rain coming into town. I'm hearing the rain now on the roof. Only seeing, at our lower level, 6-7 miles an hour worth of wind, though, and the gusts right now, of course, will be a little higher further up where official measurements are taken, but still nothing overwhelming. You see the trees blowing just a little. I had a gust of 17 earlier on around the Keystone Airport. Actually, well, let's see here. Actually, 17 more recently, 19 a little bit earlier on. So that's not anything, too crazy, which is good. We see that rain coming down, some tropical downpours here in Bradford County from Helene. Some banding coming through. I mean, after this, though, there's a, pretty wide break unless we start getting some discrete or isolated development in there. I mean, so, in some of these areas, of course, the west is a story about evacuation, but like in Gainesville or Stark, you'll actually still have, it looks like, a period to run some errands. I mean, right now you don't in Stark, but it looks like, unless you have to remain alert because of, the tornado watch in play, but things can change very rapidly, and there's a tropical storm warning. But you see right now, we're getting some action here in Stark. As we go back on over. Again, not seeing much with this under rotation like we were. A little bit more there, and then it was more coming down toward, and into toward Keystone. But let's go back to the official tornado warning out to the west. It's this area here. There's not much there, honestly. My eyes go to this area here. We had something like this yesterday that didn't get a tornado warning. I don't know if this would need one either because of the way it's, oriented, but it could get one up toward Bluntstown. Some of that area could kind of, go just out west of our viewing circle. Again, we will wrap here once we don't have any tornado warnings. We'll wrap for a while if we can to catch our breath. But we have a new tornado warning. This is that area up here. They did just issue one, so tornado warning to 12:30. Liberty and Calhoun, though, it's probably again headed more into Calhoun. So it may not, once it's out of our area, we won't have to stick with it. And it's going to be headed out of our area pretty soon. But possible tornado looking over Bluntstown, moving north at 25 miles an hour. And in that vicinity though, where it technically just triggered a little bit of liberty with that tornado warning that's about to show up on the screen, that box, as we continue to track this threat. So again, trying to give you the very latest here. There's a box, and they're actually trying to, I know they're tracking it north. Well, depending on how they try this, it still kind of get a little bit more out of the area, but I might keep it a little bit more in our area depending on exactly how that wants to go. It looks like a little bit of a westerly component with that. Again, just continuing to track it here. Continuing to monitor it. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. Again, we started this talking about a tornado possible in southeast Florida. We had different areas of rotation come along, during the course of the coverage. And right now we have 2 tornado warnings in our western areas with rotation. One, close toward Bluntstown, right on the edge of the region. Another, right on the edge of the region, close to Sumatra. And then we have a third area of rotation that didn't have a warning. It weakened off some a few moments ago. We're watching that into Bradford County. Just watching this here carefully. But it's not as well defined right now. That's good news. Pulling up the camera again, though, that is something that's pretty impressive looking. And it's going to adjust a little bit due to the, the different lighting. But that's some pretty low-hanging cloud cover, this tropical pattern here. But, not out of the question you can get a funnel in this type of environment. Or something even more like we've seen with tornado warning potential, and tornado potential out of the west. Again, that's some very quick movement above, above the ground, above the surface. As we try to keep you guys safe and informed. It's all about keeping everybody safe. Just checking some different sources right now. I'm not looking at the screen the whole time, so gotta be kind of careful here. Make sure we don't get anything to drop, and it's all of a sudden. Because we have a lot going on here in the Weather Center. As we try to protect you, your friends, and your family. See the trees moving around more, wind picking up. Just kind of checking some things here in the Weather Center. Peak gusts so far at 6 feet, 14 miles an hour earlier this morning. Here around Stark. Again, we'll keep watching the weather over here, but let's get back to the official tornado warnings. You can see around Bluntstown. Some of that rotation coming on in, some wind enhancement. Let me go back on debris tracker a little. Might have almost had a little something there. That might have just been the way. I think the beam was hidden though. And then down here, not really seeing anything right now. Weak rotation around Sumatra. The tightest would be just east of State Road 65 probably. Again, trying to give you the very latest. We'll watch more of this stuff trying to come in later on. That could be some cause for concern. I know a hurricane, the core of it down here. It's just on the edge of the radar beam right now, but We're going to be watching that very carefully. Every move that it makes, really, from here on out. Even though we have all these different warnings, I'm talking about tornado warnings, the core of the hurricane is going to be much worse. Much, much worse for some of our area. And it's going to be a bigger threat than a Dahlia, even, which tells the weather story. Okay, we got the newest American model running, so I want to go ahead and pull it up now. Comes out around noon, and we're getting the beginnings of it here. So that was the simulation of what it was supposed to look like around 10 this morning. 1, 4, 7, and then 10 o'clock. And I don't love the way that, forms that structure, because that could increase the power of the threat there a little bit further off to the east, even in that eye. I mean, it's making landfall, in a spot that is even a little bit further off toward the east, even though it's already a big structured storm. I mean, that goes there, from around Horseshoe Beach up to about Asta, pretty much with that eye, give or take. But the eye wall is bigger here, so that's cause for concern. Let me check some wind. That could really increase threats, especially in Columbia County on that type of track. I mean, that's really kind of painting, a windier picture for areas there like Branford and Trenton. Now, don't take this with as verbatim here by any stretch, because the official track is going west here, and the wind field just not really picking up on perfectly, but I think it could be indicating a greater threat to some areas. That still remains to the west, but it could be a increase, maybe not greater than the threat that's to the west, despite what it says, but it could be a greater threat than what we're thinking, from Lake City up to Waycross even. So, gotta keep that in mind. Let me see if Waycross, I know Lake City's under hurricane warning. Let me see if Waycross is. They are not as of this point. We'll see if that changes at some point. Gainesville officially not. Newberry and areas like Archer are, though. I don't know. You see all that wind in the coastal water? That's just because of the overall pattern. I'm talking about the eastern coastal waters, but again, just trying to give you the latest here. Looking at some model guidance. That's a little earlier, so let me go up as far as we can with some of this. High-res model. You see it wanting to hit there. This has it kind of heading there further up on the Taylor County coast with the eye. Again, the official track has that making landfall, there in toward areas. I believe it'd be McCulloch County. I want to double check to see where they had it last. But if it makes landfall in Taylor County, it'd still be bad in Tallahassee, but it would probably be slightly worse. Granted, you might not get the eye, but it probably slightly, if it makes landfall further east, but it means you don't get the break. But if it makes landfall, right on them, it could be slightly worse. It just depends on how. I mean, it could make it, it's about getting the eye wall. So even if it makes landfall a little east, it'll still be very bad. But if somehow makes landfall a good bit east, then all of a sudden it could change things, a good bit by not being in that eye wall. So yeah, they have McCulloch County with the landfall right now. Again, a lot of the high-res models have been indicating for a while, and even DFS, which isn't really high-res, Taylor County, and then that increases threats a little bit further east and downstream, so that's something to kind of keep an eye on here as we look at that potential later on with the forecast model. But going back to the current warnings here, you see the rotation areas. You have that one north of Sumatra. You have this one around Bluntstown. And you have a little bit here in Bradford County. It's not as tight, and there's no warning, but it's something to keep our eyes on with. Again, going between some different sources, you don't see much, of the way of wind there on that now, so that's good. We did just get to one tornado warning that's about at 12:15, it would seem. You know, for areas down in here, though, as that happens, it looks like it's, you know, wants to kind of stay there enough on the screen where we have to watch it. And this one here, around Bluntstown, we're watching that one as well. 1 hour rainfall. Some of these areas, you know, getting out ahead of the main event. Get a bit of rain, a couple few inches here pretty quickly. Again, let's see the picture. Because I was talking about how there's not much rain in between, you know, Stark here and areas further to the south, but really there's no rain on that band we just had, and there's going to be some that probably develops because of some instability, but I'm starting to down in here south at, you know, and west of Tampa, there's nothing really on the radar view right now, which is crazy. You know, but there's gonna probably be some, let me look at the satellite. I really want to be getting this out together more. There is a lot of the breaks in the cloud cover, and then with this low pressure, we could all of a sudden, you know, that could actually really increase our tornado threat if we're not careful here, because it looks like, I mean, you could be in a situation where, let me see what these sensors are showing. They're saying clear conditions around Crystal River now, pretty much. So that might be a situation where we really get a tornado threat to increase because of instability in there. You know, that's not, you know, might be getting too much, you know, of what you would think is a good thing with the sunshine in there. The way this is hidden, I mean, you don't see the instability much on that, though, so we'll have to see, but I don't have it on the meso view right now on the satellite. Let me make it, you know, where we have the, well, first I'll go to visible, and you can see that clearing some, and then let's go to broader view of it. Yeah, you can see that clearing there, and you know, like areas around Homosassa Springs, Citrus County, even Levy County. It's kind of crazy, but of course, it's not completely cleared out either, which is interesting. So you know, it's heading, you know, got, you know, to just an incredible horrific intensity yet, but it's trying to do so here as the situation does evolve. You see the water vapor. Again, there's infrared, there's visible. I mean, infrared says it cleared out more, but really visible is, you know, what you'd look for. And then your higher res visible. Again, continuing to watch here. Gonna check some power outages in the state. About 30,000 customer data in Florida now, about 10,000, 11,000 out in Georgia. And those Georgia ones are scattered around. We do have some outages in Glenn County. We had that tornado warning earlier on, and there are a little over 1,000 customers in the arc there, so we'll have to check on that. Over 30,000 out in Florida, include about 640 out in McCullough, a little over 2,000 in Leon, but it's going to just increase drastically later on where pretty much everybody, I mean, 131,000 or so tracked in Leon and 18,000 or so in McCullough, and almost every one of those will be in the dark later tonight, it would seem. Marion County, almost 2,000. You know, some of these outages early on can get restored quicker, but later on they won't be restored quick, probably. On our downstate, we have some outages too. Collier County, about 4,000. Palm Beach County, 2,000, 3,000 in Broward. 829 in Indian River. As we continue to watch this here, all this band in here in our western zones. That's, you know, making things worse in terms of the saturating the ground. Granted, I will say there's, you know, a chance that if the core goes just east of this, then, which this could be a sign that could happen actually, in some ways, then that means, you know, then they wouldn't be adding as much insult to injury in these spots, but they're already getting enough flooding concerns as it is now. You know, the core of the eye wall and the heavier rain and that high rain rates might be a little east. Watching some rotation there. State Road 65 or so. You have some rotation right there. Again, we have a tornado watch in play till 9 o'clock in the area that covers most, of our viewing circle. Or actually 10 o'clock, did I say? Maybe I looked at that wrong. Okay. It's 10 o'clock actually is when that expired. I think I misspoke on that some, but 10 o'clock is when that expires there. Those being issued since we came on, but 10 o'clock for most of our area. And then 8 o'clock a little bit further off toward the south there for Levy and Marion. Again, just continuing to watch this. In that one direction, when that starts, switching where it's pushing the water in, that's when your surveys go up really quick, and it's going to be really problematic. Not a good situation. You see how tight the ISO bars are down here. Again, you see how the tornado warning effect, that's why we're sticking with it right now. I know SBC outlook today, you see the higher tornado risk, 10% risk. You don't get that very often. That'd be a big deal if it was just that. But obviously, we have a lot different situation going on. With 10% tornado risk from Jacksonville up through into areas of southeast Georgia. Not necessarily forecasting a strong tornado, but that's not out of the question. You see the rotation around Bunchtown. Again, a tornado warning remaining in effect there for the 8 minutes officially. We've had some reports of different things like funnel clouds, but I haven't really seen too much so far. But it is verifying, but just always got to take those tornado precautions. Of course, something a lot worse is going to verify later on. I know one thing I'll say, a storm like Michael, we didn't have all these warnings, that were like this out, ahead. And, that's kind of a sign of how organized, that was. And this is still pretty organized, but not to that level at this point. It's a Cat 2, not a Cat 4/Cat 5. Expected to become a Cat 3. It may become a Cat 4 here later on. That looks like that's weakened there, the rotation. This is showing a little something, west and south of Wilma. And by the way, just with all these warnings we've been getting, I think what would be best to do, at least for a while here, since we've already been on, is when I'll wrap up the tornado coverage, I'm hoping we get a good break in here, is I'm going to just go ahead and leave some different views going here versus ending the stream and then coming back later. We'll come back as needed on that one, and if we don't have to come back on that one, on this stream here, then we wouldn't, and just be back later with, more updates, as we get, closer to the landfall. But again, just gonna continue to track things here very carefully. This isn't too impressive right now coming on through. We had that area I was looking at earlier on, and we got to watch for more of those. But of course, out here, if it wasn't for this stuff out here, we wouldn't have to be on the air right now. We have these areas of rotation. Again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Let me go ahead and go over some more stuff about the storm in case we do get to go off here at 12:30 and we don't get another tornado warning for a while in our area. And, maybe even get to, really just be more in the ward, covered to the storm itself later on, or even a little bit earlier leading up. But I want to go and talk now about some of our graphics again. So this is the local zones of Helene danger later today, tonight. Peeking on out into very early Friday in that pink zone. We're talking about, gusts 90 plus miles an hour. Storm surge maybe at 20 feet at the coast, which these are just numbers that, you know, you really maybe see in movies, and you don't really see here in real life. But we see them here in real life over a pretty wide area of the viewing circle later on. And we're talking about widespread significant damage. Some of that could be devastating. The catastrophic here with some buildings destroyed and uninhabitable, numerous trees down, mobile homes, some of those, just completely ripped apart potentially. That's why there's evacuations for some counties for those because of that threat. And then extended / long-lasting power outages here. What we're expecting, what we're tracking. It's not a good situation. Gotta take this seriously. Time's running out to evacuate as we keep reiterating. We still have that tornado warning, of course, but we're really concerned about the storm itself, the core of the storm, I should say. It's associated with the storm, but if you go to the peak wind gust map, you're talking about in those purple areas, we could have pretty much 100% of customers in the dark, and a lot of these outages could last for over a week even, depending on how spread thin the crews are, because they're going to have outages all over Georgia to deal with too, depending on, how things are kind of set on up here. So, there'll be plenty of crews, I'm sure. It's just there might not be as many as we've had in like Adalia, when it was a little more concentrated. There's going to be more folks that have to restore. That might take it a little longer to restore, and it's going to be maybe even more, believe it or not, as bad as Adalia was, even more, intense damage. So not good. Tallahassee, Perry, Crawfordville, Monticello, Madison, Mayo, Cross City, Cedar Key. You look here in the South Georgia as well. Just a tricky situation here. Even going to be potentially western Live Oak and Lake City with some pretty widespread power outages based on some of that, model indication I was saying you a little while ago, maybe a little bit of adjustment east, as we've talked about here. We've been watching that in some high res and some of the other guidance, and that might be something where the Hurricane Center, they have a landfall right now more in McCulloch County with it. It doesn't change as much for Tallahassee if it adjusts east, but it probably changes more for the eastern areas, fringes of it. And I know it's kind of tricky when we're looking at so many different areas to begin with, but if it makes landfall in McCulloch or Taylor or Tallahassee, they're going to get it pretty bad with the way the eye wall is. So it just goes, almost, to Dixie with the landfall, but it's going to increase things, pretty quickly on that eastern side of things with the really more intensified impacts. So, in Live Oak, you're not liking what you're seeing with some of these, nudged eastward, and even in Lake City to some degree, and talking about, areas down there like, Mayo, nasty stuff. Not good. You remember what happened in Adalia, and especially further out here, is going to have some consequences with storm surge that's going to be even worse. Again, that tornado warning, they're expiring it out now, so we'll probably try to wrap here soon. But, next time we come on, depending on when the next tornado warning is, if it's, soon, and it wouldn't necessarily be the story, but if it's a little later, this might be about a last chance while I'm talking to you guys to evacuate, before it's really starting to go downhill. There might still be a little windy depending on when we come back, or obviously if there's a tornado warning earlier on, as I'm starting to lose my voice here already, but if there's a tornado warning earlier on or something, then, it's a situation where, then it may not be quite, where everything is just, too late. But coastal devastation from Helene can look like this in the hardest hit areas, so make sure you please evacuate here. Coastal Franklin, coastal Wakulla, coastal Jefferson, coastal Taylor, coastal Dixie, coastal Levy. Could be uninhabitable because the surge could be up to 20 feet here, folks. And this is not a good scenario at all. That wind damage, I could see the stuff in Panama City, but even way inland there from Michael, we had wind damage, that was so substantial, it gets to about 100. And this is what gets to about 100 could do in areas like Valdosta, Thomasville. You know, you could have buildings, you know, in some cases in Mariana, we had buildings that collapsed, and, you know, mobile homes. This is why we have evacuations for mobile homes, and you need to evacuate a mobile home, because a mobile home would look even worse than this in some cases. I mean, I know some of these structures could be similar, but the point is, some of these, you know, could just be completely, you know, collapsed and run apart. It's a tornadic situation, you know, in terms of the winds being like that, and maybe not even something, you know, that is, you know, giving you much of a chance to survive. But we know there's a lot of mobile homes out there, you know, in South Georgia from our tornadoes in 2017. So that's very important to keep in mind. I know certain areas aren't going to have maybe the mandatory evacuations for them, but they could still be, you know, you could still be in a deadly situation. I know, Mike, on 2018, we had so much damage to crops and stuff, and could have a repeat of that again, depending on exactly how strong these winds are. But, you know, expecting them to be pretty serious, you know, and substantial there in the South Georgia, in terms of maybe, you know, just a huge impact on that as well. Again, looking at velocity here, we're still watching these areas, you know, this area mainly of rotation now. I know we had the one up here. Of course, we'll break back in if we get another tornado warning on this stream, unless we have to cut back in, you know, for something like that, then, or something, you know, really imperative that we bring you immediately. Then we'll be, you know, just kind of running the stream and then stopping and then coming back later on with more extended coverage to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, probably to kind of catch my breath while I can. Let me go ahead and put some different things up on the screen for you guys as we wrap it for now, but leave the satellite running. I may go at this point almost to radar. Let me see what we have with it. See what I can kind of pull up here. Yeah, it may be better just to leave the radar up at this point, since you can start to see the eye. And we don't have it where we can go to both views like we do on another system, but I may just do that as the situation does transpire. I know we have that hurricane warning in play, and we're going to be here watching things as the situation does transpire here. And I think I will just kind of leave it up with the radar here in just a second, a loop of that. It's not going to show you, you know, everything, or even in some cases a lot, because it's further out here in toward the Gulf of Mexico still. But I'm going to pull that up in a second. I do have, you know, there's a comment here about how you need to, how many times about evacuating 100 miles inland, but, you know, you don't necessarily need to do that. You got to run from the water. That's imperative. If you're hiding from the wind, you got to do it in a safe structure. So some areas don't have to evacuate anywhere near that far. Only, you know, maybe a few miles, or even less, it might do it. I mean, some areas will need to go 10 or 20, 30 miles, 50 even, you know, if you're really trying to get away from the wind. But 100 miles, not so much there. Just want to kind of clarify that comment. So, folks, if you're thinking about evacuating, you're thinking, well, I don't have enough, you know, gas to get 100 miles or money to that. You don't have to, and, you know, to just try to get away from that storm surge. It's just about getting away from the areas at greatest risk from that storm surge. So, as we're seeing, gusts to like 41 miles an hour around St. Augustine here around 12 o'clock. Again, here's a look at radar, a broad view. Again, you're not seeing all of the storm, but you can see the eye now in this, you know, kind of composite view. So I think I'll leave this one up so you can watch the stuff in our area too, versus leaving the satellite up. Again, we're going to keep watching things, keep tracking, keep trying to give you the latest. So that's going to do it for the time being, but we'll be back here, I'm sure, very much, you know, in a long-form way as we look ahead later on in the timeline with that landfall, of course, as well. So, going to leave this running for now. We have tornado watches in play in the yellow. The red boxes have indicated tornado warnings today. The green, flash flood warnings, which some are still in effect in our area. Of course, we have a hurricane warning for a lot of the area, and if you're not into that, you're under tropical storm warning. So it's a very busy picture, and we're going to be back here to the day with more information on Hurricane Helene, a very dangerous threat here, a potentially catastrophic scenario for portions of our viewing area.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming on the air right now because we have a tornado warning in effect now for portions of Pierce County in our area here in about 1:15. Granted, it will be moving in Appleton and Bacon, which are outside of the area, so we probably won't be under 1:15. We'll have to be under 1:15, because, before that point, it'll probably be out of the viewing area unless we get other tornado warnings to pop back up on us here. But you can see this rotation is southwest of Mershon, so we need to get folks in their tornado safe spot. It's pretty tight. It's a discrete storm. I mean, really interesting how these storms are just so isolated in some cases, but we have the rotation pattern, and we have storms all by themselves. And right here, a tornado warning for the Mershon area right now. So we need to go ahead and take those tornado precautions, especially just southwest of Mershon, as this, moves pretty quickly off toward the north and west at 35 miles an hour. So what does it mean to take those tornado precautions? Well, here you go. So you want to seek something like a sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you want to protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet or something else like that. So stuff that's so important to keep in mind here. You don't have the shoes on, so in the wake of a tornado, if there's debris, obviously, you don't want to be without shoes because then you could cut your feet up. So, again, important stuff to keep in mind. Of course, the hurricane stuff going to be a far bigger concern with the core of that later on that we were soon on the radar loop and the like. But right now we have a tornado warning we have to jump in for areas around Mershon. Not seeing debris right now as I'm looking here, at about 4,000 feet or so, but we'll watch. I know it almost looks like there might have maybe been the beginnings of something in here in parts of Pierce County, but it was right there, right about the time the warning got issued. I mean, but you just never know in these set of circumstances here. Again, moving outside of the area here very quickly, but the tornado is also being located there near Bristol, again, 10 miles north of Blackshear, moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. So again, a tornado warning in effect right now until it's 1:15, but really it's going to be out of our area pretty soon here. Pierce is the only one of the 3 counties under this within our 62 counties that we cover with all, tornado warnings. I'm just going to set that up real quick. I know we have the hurricane warning super, but you see Pierce is in there, Bacon and Appleton are not, as we go ahead and keep on watching things and tracking them for you, the viewers at home. Again, it's about protecting you, your friends, and your family right now as you have that tornado warning in effect. Again, this possible tornado there in Pierce County with this tropical setup. Again, that rotation there within the Doppler algorithm. So, again, something to be very mindful of here and, take heed of, because it's an area here that won't maybe get the storm as bad in and of itself. So then you're in a spot here where, stuff like this could, in theory, do, a good bit of damage in comparison to anything else that you might experience. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation here. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's happening. Let me zoom out. I want to show you some other action here on the Doppler. Zoom on in here. You see it on South Ponte Vedra Beach. We're seeing a little bit of wind enhancement. They've just had a gust about 40 around St. Augustine Airport here. So that's pretty impressive. Not what you want to see, obviously, as the situation does go along. But again, just wanted to touch on that here real quick. Again, continuing to watch everything for you. We have some flash flood warnings continuing out toward the west. I know you see some areas of rotation here as well that I'm keeping my eye on. They don't look too tight right now, but flash flood warning continuing there from it looks like Liberty County to 315. Observe flash flooding there. Liberty County Sheriff's Office reported roads underwater at Forest Road 120 and State Road 65 at the intersection of County Road 379. So already making it harder for folks to evacuate with stuff like that. Granted, this isn't with the core of the storm, but you know, it's going to get worse later on with the core of the hurricane as that comes on in. You know, much worse. Even though it's already, you know, nasty with roads underwater, but it'll get me a lot worse later on as we track this tornado warning. It's, you know, a little bit more impressive maybe in some ways here as we're looking at this here, you know, southwest of Merced. It'll be out of our area here, you know, in very short order. Probably the next radar scan will really have that out of our area. But again, if you're just kind of tuning in here, let me kind of go ahead and reiterate some things for you guys here on our graphic source. Let me go ahead and say here, you know, the wind potential that's going to be so significant here as we look ahead. This is tonight, you know. Some of this, you know, happening before sunset, but most of this happening, really, you know, not far after sunset. You know, and that threat for widespread, you know, significant damage in that pink area is so severe, you know, so high. You know, some areas are going to be damaged, you know, if not destroyed. You know, buildings uninhabitable, numerous trees down, mobile homes blown apart. And in many cases, extended and long-lasting power outages. But I mean, the headline there is that surge potential to 20 feet. I mean, that is just horrific, folks. Absolutely horrific. I know we keep watching this tornado warning. I want to reiterate, though, you know, storm surge threat. This graphic here says 15 to 20 feet expected from Carabel to Swanee River. That's dire. These are dire numbers. This is a dire situation. You need to get out. I mean, this could be unsurvivable storm surge here, folks. Folks that rode out Ian around Fort Myers Beach, you know, regretted it. You do not want to stay in something like this, and that applies especially to Cedar Key area, you know, as well there. I mean, really all of our Franklin, you know, Wakulla, over toward Jefferson, Taylor, Dixie, and Levy County coastline needs to evacuate or have been evacuated by now. I mean, there's a chance some of those western areas might not get it quite as bad if this goes a little east because of the way the wind direction will be, and then that'd be great. But you can't count on that. You got to get out. You can't take any chances. When you're talking about 15, 20 feet, and with the storm's moving so fast, it's going to almost come in the water, not quite maybe, but almost like a tsunami. That's how quick water levels will rise here. This is a very serious situation. It's a large hurricane, whether it's a 2, a 3, or a 4 category at landfall. You know, it's going to make some difference, but it's not going to make a huge difference at this point. You know, barometric pressure down pretty low, and this is a big problem, this hurricane. This tornado warning is a lesser problem, but still something we're continuing to watch, you know, in toward our area there. I know a hurricane moving at 14 miles an hour right now. It's going to be moving quite a bit faster later on even. And it's going to spread that wind field in pretty quick with those sustained tropical force winds across, you know, some of the area, sustained hurricane winds across other parts of the region. And that barometric pressure down at 960 millibars, and the lower that goes, and the winds catching up to that potentially here, trying to make a run at major hurricane. As you see this tornado warning here, you know, we still have some of that rotation. They're technically continuing this for Pierce County. I know we have the, you know, area in South Carolina, Colleton County under tornado warning, you know, way out of our area, of course, but I thought I'd mention that as we continue to look at things, continue to track. Okay, so nasty stuff here. Nasty situation. I was just checking some stuff here on other sources. There's another tornado in South Carolina now. I do want to mention, as we tried this tornado at 12:56, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. You know, it's located 8 miles northwest of Bristol, moving north at 35 miles an hour. The new Lacey area could be impacted. I do want to touch on the flash flood warning, you know, further off here. We had so many of these pop up earlier on, and I do want to mention that there is one of these that is a considerable threat here for southwestern Franklin. Also in the Gulf, but a little bit of Franklin here is considered life-threatening flash flooding or an Apalachicola. I know we've had these tornado warnings tracking the hurricane in and of itself, but don't want to lose sight of a threat like that here. All this rain, and a foot of rain already, and life-threatening flash flood in Apalachicola, East Point, St. George Island. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Not catastrophic, not an emergency, but enough with considerable to go off with an additional phone alert. So, again, just continuing to track all this here, continuing to give you the latest. You see that tornado warning storm? That's now into Bacon County, it looks like. So this tornado warning should go away here for Pierce County very soon. Technically, the box goes to 115, but it's now out of our area with that circulation, it would appear. That's off the Jacksonville side. Let's check the Moody because maybe a little closer, but yeah, that's, rare. I mean, it still kind of wants to show some spin right in our area. But, sometimes it depends on when the scans are taken. That was 1257. This is 1259. So, yes, it's starting to really get out of our area now. As we continue to watch here, all this rain just pile in. This, rain making the antecedent rain before the core of the hurricane, be even, higher number. I mean, the ground can't really handle anything. And then some of those areas, depending on exactly where, depending on how it correlates, could get a lot. So, not good stuff. We have that hurricane warning in play in that red over a very large area. As you're looking at things, and all the way up toward about Macon, west there, into Alabama, east there toward Clinton County and Lake City. So a huge range under this hurricane warning. Hurricane conditions expected. The dark blue tropical storm conditions expected. We're expecting winds to increase from 105 to about 120 as this approaches the coast. Adaya and post-analysis at 115 mile-an-hour winds, I know. But it was quite a bit smaller. It was still a very bad storm. This one's supposed to be a little bit stronger, but even if it's about the same, in terms of the wind number, the size of it, the forward speed are going to, make that, and the high tide cycle risk there, going to make things, worse in terms of the storm surge. And I mean, we've had, quite a bit of, wet grounds in some of these areas here too, which, just makes it even worse. I mean, goodness. Again, just continuing to watch. And now I will say, some of the stuff out here toward the west a little bit, there's a chance that the core could go just a little east of this, but we're not sure. So, okay, so I see there's some different tornado warnings. There's one up toward, I guess it'd be the Macon TV market now. Dodge, Lawrence, and Willer. Okay, that's something they're watching. We have some tornado warnings up kind of, but in the one in our area, they are now just taken out. And I look at it from the Robbins radar real quick, but then let's get back down to the other view if we can. It's tight, but it's just that side of area now near, it looks like State Road 32. Thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles northwest of Bristol or 9 miles east of Alma there. Alma moving north at 25 miles an hour. So just moving outside of our area. So with that tornado warning, the red box, it'll show here in a second. Pierce County canceled, so you can get out of your tornado safe spot for now there. We're going to break back in here through the day, obviously, with extensive cover to Hurricane Helene, a very big threat, and probably a major hurricane here pretty soon. And again, that tornado warning, though, they just dropped Pierce County, continues outside the area in Appleton and Bacon, but those are not part of our 62 counties where we're committed to being on for every tornado warning storm, and we got to, kind of regroup a little bit here with this impending threat. So, gonna leave the radar up here running as the situation, deteriorates here toward certain areas. Some areas just dry for a while, but depending on how the setup happens here, with instability increasing, and we could, in some of those dry spots, start getting a tornado threat to increase even in North Florida. It's not out of the question here. And then we have folks watching, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks so much for, tuning in, trusting me here on the different platforms as we watch this dangerous hurricane. And you see the core of it on radar. You see the stuff out ahead. And we're going to be, giving you guys updates here on the situation as things, worsen in towards some of these different backyards as Helene gets closer with the core of it. Because, I mean, that wind field, the 11 a.m. update, it's moved a little, but I mean, you have to kind of look close, but I mean, the wind field there with that, even though it's going to be later on, hadn't really even gotten on in, toward a lot of, areas further up in the state yet, despite already nasty conditions. So it's going to be a lot worse later on, though. So we're going to be keeping you up to date. For now, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. We're going to leave the radar running. Going to leave this running and break back in with more tornado warnings as things do evolve. So please keep it tuned here on Cloud Weather. I know Facebook, Casey Cloud WX, one of the places you can go. You can also go over there on Facebook, Casey Cloud, or Casey Cloud. It's me. I'm running the page of Cloud Weather, and then we have at Cloud Weather there on YouTube, and we have Twitch there, Cloud Weather. We have Twitter /Exit Cloud Casey there as well. So having you covered on all variety of sources here. It's all about protecting you. It's all about protecting your friends. It's all about protecting your family here on this Thursday, September 26, 2024, as our hurricane here, and the core of it gets closer in. So, going to be something that we're following, and we'll be giving you more updates here through the day, through the night, here from the studio.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming on the air right now for a tornado warning there indoor portions of Liberty County at about 2 o'clock. At 1:35, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 16 miles east of Stonemill Creek or 22 miles southeast of Blanchetown, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour. So we need to get folks to take their tornado precautions right now as we're looking at this situation. I know we have some better indicated rotation there. You can see some green there and red trying to come together here. I know I've been switching radars around because I've been watching all sorts of stuff. We have a storm just outside of the area near Baxley there. As I'm kind of looping this one around though on the Tallahassee radar, you can see I tightened it up some, and that circulation's headed up toward the Wilma area. I know these aren't that popular areas, but we have a tornado warning in effect. So I know, at this point, I mean, we keep talking about these warnings and treating them, pretty serious, but, not as near as serious as the overall threat later on. But I have to mention, too, though, I mean, a lot of folks have evacuated these areas at this point, you would think. So, in some ways, these are just for folks that are still left there, to take shelter for a short period of time. That these warnings are in play before we have a situation where, maybe hopefully you're evacuating, but if not, then, later on, then you'll have to hunker down to protect yourself, because it could truly be, a matter of life and death. And in some cases near the coast, the storm surge may even be unsurvivable here as we're looking at things. But looking around Wilma, see if there's any debris. I don't see anything right now, but again, just going to continue to watch things here. That looks, decently tight there on our velocity. It's, off toward the east-southeast of Wilma. I know we also have some flash flood warnings continuing. We've had some different updates on those. Here you see all these green boxes. So let me go ahead and run down some of these for you. So I know we have a considerable one that continues there toward Franklin and Gulf counties at 1:34. Emergency management reported thunderstorms there, producing heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing are expected to begin shortly. And then we're talking about areas there, like Apalachicola, East Point, St. George Island. Those are, areas of concern, that stand out. And then at 109 there, Franklin County Emergency Management, they reported flooding on roads there, like Highway 67 north of Caravel at Alligator Point and Highway 319 there near Wakulla County Bridge. So that's the storyline with that. And then as we go ahead and just continue here to look at things, I know some of the different updates coming on in here on some of these flood scenarios. I know that kind of tells the story here as we continue along, as we continue to give you the very latest. Just trying to go through everything here. At 140, 1, I know, we're watching situations in like Franklin County and the like. So a lot of, flooding concern here this afternoon. But of course, the storm surge concern will be the greatest, followed by the extreme winds coming in, and then really the third biggest risk, you could say the flash flooding or the tornadoes, depending on, just how things ultimately kind of set up. I'm not, flash flooding from rain and the like. But again, watching this tornado warning there in Liberty County, just east of Wilma. You see some of that rotation. I go to debris tracker. There may be a little sign of something there as I look at things, but that didn't really look like it's co-located, so probably not. But tornado warning in play there, and that does extend to that side of the area into Calhoun County as well, as we're always on. Our policy is to be on for all tornado warning storms within the 62 counties. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here Trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's happening. Going through some information here right now. It's just very important, to kind of get a handle on exactly what's happening here with Helene. And we'll have our 2 o'clock advisory in pretty soon from the National Hurricane Center there in Miami. So that'll be important to get a handle on. And we'll provide that information here, depending on if we're still in tornado covered or not. But, the storm system is trying to really strengthen here on us. Something to be cognizant of. Okay, so again, just continuing to watch things here. There's that broad perspective with the storm. You can see that eye, some of that eye wall there. We'll just continue here to watch the progression of it, as the day goes on here with Helene. And as we get closer to the core of the, real extreme danger here, as we look ahead. I know you can see Liberty County around, looks like 0 to 65. You see some green and some red. It didn't look quite as well defined, maybe. So that's some good news, possibly, as we continue to watch. I know. Let's kind of go ahead and go over toward the graphics here right now. I think we'll go to the graphics and remind you guys that this is a situation here where we could have the strongest landfall and hurricane this year in the United States, and it'll be right in toward our area, North Florida. Size and strength to bring devastating impacts, if not some areas getting catastrophic impacts here. So not good at all. Hurricane warning over a wide area, and then tropical storm warning, fills in areas further away from that. So that definitely does tell that weather story here. A very serious, very substantial situation. As we continue to watch here and continue to track. I know, just trying to let you know exactly what's happening. Let me go ahead and go on over here. Let's see. We have a tornado warning outside of the area, but I wanted to touch on it. It's just outside of the area still, around Baxley, Georgia. And it's showing that storm's been, getting tornado warned. It was, just in our area earlier on. And we're going to go ahead and jump on over to that right now. You can see here some of the greens and reds here on velocity. No debris, but, it's pretty far from the radar. It's up to be a pretty strong tornado, but that's just outside of the area. Thought I'd touch on that real quick. If we have some folks maybe watching up toward Baxley, that individual still moves away. But let's go back here. I know. Looks like we just got the new Helene advisory in. I know in the Pacific there's Hurricane John again, and it's completely fallen apart. And now a hurricane again, which is crazy. But okay, so we have a new update now on Helene. Almost a major hurricane with additional strengthening forecast before landfall. So let me go ahead and I tell you what we'll do. Let me go ahead and get a quick graphical presentation together on this. Let me go ahead and get a quick graphical presentation together. Bear with me, as the situation does evolve. I want to try to put this so you can see it real quick, because this graphic doesn't take too long to update at all here. So just going ahead and getting this in here. Okay, let me go ahead and pop this on the screen. So now winds up to 110 miles an hour. That movement increased from 14 to 16 miles an hour. And the minimum central pressure went from 960 to 959 millibars. And when the pressure goes down, that means things are getting worse. They're strengthening. Now, that's not a big, decrease there at all, just 1 millibar. But still, none of these are really, going in the direction we want them. I mean, at least they hadn't, the max sustained winds haven't just shot up real quick to 135 or something. But 110, still a serious situation. And then you're talking about the movement here. I mean, a little bit faster. So it's going to be moving in here, and it's going to, be doing, so Roy kind of, changing the conditions drastically there to really, negative ones in some of these areas, and then it will move out quick, so that's the flip side of that. But there's going to be a lot of devastation in this wake here. That's what we're expecting with Helene as we go ahead and go back on over right now to the Doppler radar. This tornado warning in play. I know we have some rotation in Calhoun County as well, but this is the area in Liberty. It looks really broad right now, to be quite honest, but you just have to be cognizant of that. I mean, there's a hurricane warning in place, so, this is, in some ways, I mean, it's, folks that are still out there that haven't maybe evacuated, this is, problematic, but the hurricane warning, the storm surge warning, they're much more consequential overall. If we have tornado warnings, and when we have tornado warnings in the eastern areas, it's a little different because there's, the chance there to, those tornado warnings are going to be, have the potential to have tornadic weather within those, that, would definitely be more obvious in terms of damage than what we would see from the hurricane core itself. But out here, it might be a different story. So it's our policy to be on for days, but we'll talk about other stuff, as needed here in a situation like this with an advancing hurricane here, impending core of a hurricane coming in. I mean, because that's the bigger threat, even though we do need to be on for these tornado warnings here. The hurricane core itself is the bigger concern. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here in the World Weather Center. Again, tornado warning in Liberty County here. Just trying to keep you safe and informed as things go along. I know, by the way, over east in Nassau County had a gust of 44, burning in a beach. Getting word of that. As I continue to look through some stuff here in the World Weather Center, just trying to keep you safe. Excuse me, keep you safe here and informed in this type of situation. So, again, very important to do that. Again, looking through some stuff here. Again, we have Helene. We have this tornado warning. We've had a slew of tornado warnings, but not too much from them so far, it would seem. In our area, by the way, a new tornado warning just outside of the area now for this area I was talking about in Calhoun County. So that's in effect there until 1:15 Central Time out there in the Central Time Zone. As we continue to watch everything. By the way, about 60,000 customers out of power in the state of Florida now. I know about 13,000 in Lee County, Florida, 8,000 in Collier County, about 4,000 or 5,000 around Charlotte County. So that's where some of the bulk of the outages really are in the state. 5,000 in Palm Beach County right now. So that's kind of telling that weather story as we continue to watch things continue to track. Just trying to make sure you guys are aware of everything. Again, whenever you have a tornado warning in play, you want to get in an interior room away from windows. So that's very important to keep in mind here. Again, this warning in our area, this one goes until 2 o'clock. This one goes until 1:15 Central. I mean, technically, this would be also, 1 o'clock Central when it gets in the Calhoun part. But we're just going to continue to monitor the progress of all this. I know, dangerous situation, later on, though, more so than what we're seeing right now. Let me go ahead and switch back on over here a little bit. Excuse me. You can see we have the flash flood warnings here. Continuing to watch them. And it's just all this rain. Some of these areas have already picked up over a foot of rain, which is crazy to not even be from the core. And it's going to be such a fast-moving system here as well. As we continue to watch, continue to track. Again, if you're just tuning in, we got a 2 o'clock advisory in, winds up to 110. So, not to it, but, getting closer and closer to major hurricane strength is our system here. That's obviously problematic. Let's go ahead and go on over toward the other mode right now. You see all these red boxes, all sorts of tornado warnings in play. Only one of them in our covered area right now. So just running all these red boxes down, we have the one in our area, Calhoun and Liberty, 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Central. That one over toward Calhoun to 1:15 Central. And into toward Georgia, we're talking about Applin and Toombs, 2 different boxes till 2:15, and then also a box for Lawrence County till 2:15. And in South Carolina, we have a couple tornado warnings: Clarendon, Lee, Sumter until 2, and Bamberg and Orangeburg until 2. And it looks like this one here may have had a confirmed tornado with it. So, and we just had a tornado warning drop, but a possible tornado reported there after reports of power lines down at Bells Highway and High Cotton Road. So, you see a big break right now on Stark Gainesville, Ocala. Cedar Key. It's warmed up some though, 83 degrees. Well, we're out here east of Stark. Pressure's actually dropped to 1,005 millibars, so the storm's getting closer. But if we start getting some storm development in here, that could start to really rotate quick. But this is an opportunity for folks. Everybody along the coast that needs to leave. I'm talking about even the areas under the flash flood warning, and the different ones, out to west and the like. But there's a good opportunity for folks to evacuate there. With clear conditions that are in play right now in terms of no rain, Jefferson, Taylor, Dixie, and Levy. If you need to leave, this is your time to get away from the coast still. There's still a little time even further west, of course, too, even though it's nastier with the flash flooding. That's not the catastrophic storm surge that's, potentially coming in. But you still got time to leave here, folks, along the coast. It's pretty clear right now, with the tornado watch in play. We have the tornado warning we're on for. You still got time to evacuate. Again, everybody that needs to evacuate, even down here, needs to get out. This shouldn't stop you from getting out, even because the storm surge threat's just so catastrophic, and even the wind threat for that matter. But, Carabel, South Choppy, St. Mark's, some of these areas are going to be maybe almost wiped off the map as we're looking at things. And then you have, how it's so clear that right now, but it's not going to be later. Perry. You have Cross City, you have the areas right of the coast, you see Horseshoe Beach, and, Deckley Beach. I know we have areas in here, you have Keaton Beach in there, not going to stuff on this map, we have Cedar Key, and the like. So the point is, if you need to get out, you need to get out, you need to evacuate. Let's reiterate that once again. Let me go ahead and switch over to a graphic we have about that here. So we're talking about some areas. The forecast from the Hurricane Center in Miami says some areas could get 20 feet of storm surge. So that's pretty much, to the top of this 2-story home example. The, family there in this picture. You only need, a handful of feet to cause, great harm to them. Even 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down. But, so storm surge, even the lower numbers can still be deadly, is what I'm, really telling you guys about that, really implying about that. I know this is the forecast. Tampa, numbers will be going up there. We've already had some of that surge in southwest Florida, sun up 3 feet, give or take. But Tampa Bay, it's going to go up as we get later on, and then, of course, in the our area. And, Carabel and Swanee River, 15 to 20 feet. I can't beat the drum hard enough here that this is a matter of life and death here. You need to evacuate Carabel to Swanee River. This, is something that could, could end up resulting in loss of life here if folks don't get out. Carabel to Swanee River. This is very serious, and I don't like to have to use this tone, but you have to get out, because this, type of surge, we saw it in Mexico Beach, we saw it in Ward Bay County there, and Michael is maybe not survivable. And even if it's not a Cat 5 or a Cat 4, a Cat 3 this size, you know, with this coastline being so vulnerable, can just pretty much wipe out some of these communities here. So, you know, even though Adalia was a 3, all 3s are not the same. Adalia was still very bad, but this 3 here, the size of it could cause a surge, and with the forward speed, it could really, you know, cause it to come in quickly here. And this could be a dire situation for folks where rescuers, you know, if we get a 911 call, then they will be able to come to you and rescue you from the homes being flooded out. You know, with the water coming up, people are trying to, you know, call 911 for help to get rescued, and the rescuers might not be able to come to you because it'll be too unsafe for them to come out. So you gotta get out. I mean, this implies, you know, and includes Apalachicola, Carabel as well, and even, you know, further back toward Indian Pass, especially if this shifts west some. Now, of course, the further east it goes, you know, less we have to the west. But then, I mean, we also got to watch out Swanee River down through Citrus County, you know, and even, you know, Hernando too. But in our area, we have Cedar Key, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge expected, about 7 feet in Adalia. And this is going to be something that's exceeding, you know, that by a good bit. Could be double depending on how things set up with high tide and the like. So very serious stuff. Very serious situation. It's now 2 o'clock here, so let's go ahead and look at our other source. It looks like that one tornado warning is gone. The other one's still going from Calhoun County there, just west of the viewing circle. I know, getting gusts to about 60 in Fort Myers now downstate. We'll start to see some more power outages, you know, further downstate, especially, you know, the western areas there, you know, downstate. Maybe not, you know, widespread, but, you know, definitely notable here as we look ahead, even more so than they are now. Have about 60,000 or so Florida customers in the dark so far. Not too many of those, but a few of those are in our area. But, you know, we do have also, by the way, tornado warning continuing in Appleton County, but that's outside of our area. So there's some tornado warnings continuing, but they're outside of our area for now. So that means we need to go ahead and kind of wrap things up for the time being here. You know, temperatures warmed up quite a bit, though, and the gap here is kind of crazy. I know, you know, folks might be kind of wondering, you know, about why classes were canceled today and the like at this point. Well, we got storm conditions coming later on. We had some, you know, a little bit of inclement weather earlier on, but so many temperatures too. You know, that means we could get, you know, tornadic weather to start to evolve in between some of this banding, not out of the question. And then also, you see these warmer temperatures just implies how after, you know, the storm, it could be still pretty warm. You know, as we look into toward the weekend with folks without power, that's, you know, it's important to have water on hand and the like, and, you know, and turn that thermostat down in your house now so it doesn't warm up as quick when the power is out. You know, in these type of set of circumstances. So, you know, very important to keep in mind here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation, as we're tracking Helene here. Again, you just gotta be prepared, and we could honestly. I hate throwing this out, but in about a week and a half, there could be another storm. I don't normally want to do this, but if, you know, there's a decent chance somewhere else still without power, you know, in a week and a half, and there could be another storm that's in the Gulf of Mexico by then. Maybe it doesn't head toward our area, but it could head toward another part of the Gulf Coast or another part of Florida. Just want to make you aware, not to scare you, not, you know, for you to focus on that storm, but to have you be thinking in about a week that you need to check some news, weather sources, just in case. You know, even if you don't really have power, or just find out, make sure another storm's not headed away, is my point. So I wanted to throw that out there just because of that, because, you know, you might be really disconnected after a storm goes through and knocks your internet out, knocks your power out, and the like here. So I think it's important to at least mention that, but there's not much more information I can get into other than that. But I mean, in theory, the pattern, you know, some of the models of some maybe further down in the peninsula, you know, and the timing would, you know, indicate as possible, but we really don't know. It could be anywhere still in the Gulf region. I mean, we're way too far out. May not even develop, but, you know, we got to be prepared, you know, about at least thinking about looking to that possibility. You know, those, if you're going to be losing internet power for a while, cable, satellite, and the like, and, you know, we want you to know that something else could be coming in about a week and a half, give or take. So, gonna wrap it up for now. We're gonna be here. We're gonna leave this radar going and be back with more warnings here and with storm coverage as it comes into the picture. And we have all these flash flood warnings in play here as we're looking at things toward parts of our area. You know, I'm gonna loop this because I want to say it looks like some of these rainfall rates have dropped a little bit here. You know, recently towards some of our counties, which is good, but there's more coming in, and obviously much worse conditions coming in with the core of Helene. Later on, a potentially dire situation here. Later on, my friends, you know, potentially a dire situation for those coastal areas, especially, but even, you know, inland, the mobile homes, you know, could be in big, you know, potentially grave danger of just, you know, breaking apart because the winds will be so strong in some cases here, especially, you know, up to, you know, maybe just past the Georgia line, with those really breaking apart without even a tree, you know, falling on them because the winds are just so strong in and of themselves. Not a good situation here. We're going to be watching, be breaking in as conditions warrant. Let me jump back over here. There's that loop. Again, we have the hurricane warning that is in play here. And I'll be back to the day with more information on Helene.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now. We have a tornado warning once again for portions of our counties. This one including Coffee County at 2:45. At 2:14, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over the community of Nichols there, or about 10 miles west of Alma, moving north at about 30 miles an hour. So, got to take those tornado precautions there. Interior room away from windows there. And towards south toward, again, a possible tornado. We're seeing some rotation within the Doppler algorithm. So you see some red, that's wind going away from the Moody radar to green. You kind of see around it, that's winds going toward the radar there at Moody Air Force Base. So again, we're watching that. We're watching some other areas of rotation on the northern fringes of our area here as well. I know there's some up there we've been watching, but that's out of the region. But this stuff is in our area, so we'll have to see if Tallahassee offices use some warnings on some of this here over the next little bit, as we have the tornado watch in play till 10 o'clock tonight for the bulk, of our county, 8 o'clock for Levy and Marion further downstate. But again, just continuing to watch things here. I know a lot of the area, believe it or not, is clear right now, but it's not going to be clear later on, especially further out toward the west. We're going to have devastation and, potentially even catastrophic damage, which I hate even having to say, but you got to prepare now here, folks. For this event. I mean, I know some folks may be trying to get their trees, in, the right, set up there in terms of getting limbs cut and the like, out ahead of this. And I know soon enough, then the storm's going to be, roll on us, part of the core of the storm, and then there's going to be power outages all over the place, and some of those will be long lasting. So very important to keep in mind, as we continue to watch this. Again, dangerous situation. As I go ahead and zoom back up here toward the north, you can see around Nichols, seeing there State Road 32. Looking for debris, not seeing any right now, so that's the good news. We're going to keep watching there. And, in some cases, in that box, if you're in that box, you got to take action for the tornado warning. This is moving north at 30 miles an hour. I know ultimately later on this will be more towards Jeff Davis County outside of our area, but right now it's in our area. So you got to go ahead and take those tornado precautions. Again, part of our 62 counties under this tornado warning right now. Again, always on top of things here for those 62 counties. As we go ahead and remind you of where we're at, we're in Bradford County, but this is up in Coffee County there in Georgia. That's north of Atkinson County and northwest of Ware County. That's kind of right there on the edge between, Roy, Albany and Tallahassee market, but more into toward the Albany market, I would say, here in terms of TV, audience. But again, just continuing to track all this here. Let's get back over to the Doppler. You can see the tornado warning in effect there. I know some of these tornado warnings, the way they've been popping up, way out ahead. They're little reminiscent of some of the storms, bigger storms we've had in the past year, like Irma, and even, some of those from the, not Charlie, but some of the other ones from the 04 season there, with some of these warnings, popping up all over the place here in the overall pattern. So, interesting to keep that in mind here. As we continue to watch, I mean, it's, just important to track everything here. And and in this area here, take action with this tornado warning right now. But again, just trying to keep you safe and informed here. Trying to make sure you guys know exactly what's happening. I know I'm going between some different sources here in the Weather Center right now. Just trying to get an idea on some things here, while I'm talking to you guys, even because, it's just a one-man band, and we have the hurricane coming in later, but we have the tornado warning we have to cover right now. So, this is kind of how it is, that give and take here in this type of situation. Again, that storm surge could be catastrophic as we look ahead here. Continuing to give you the very latest. You know, really nasty scenario. And let's go ahead. I know, you know, just remind you guys here really about how the timing is going to really set up toward the evening hours. And, you know, as we get towards sunset, I mean, things are going to be taking a turn for the worst across portions of our area here. You know, that storm surge here, just an incredible, you know, an incredibly terrible hazard here as we look at things, you know, an awful, awful thing as we look toward these communities. I'm just going to double check, make sure none of these have gone up any more here, you know, since this, okay, yes, they still had the earlier update on that. Okay, so, okay, new tornado warning now. We'll get to that in a second. It's Coffee County region as well. Coffee and Jeff Davis this time over Broxton. Possible tornadoes, so take your tornado precautions up there. But this surge, 15 to 20 feet, is just horrific. Seeing stuff, you know, like this, it's just awful. And that's the expectation as we go back on over right now toward the other mode. Another box, another tornado warning is about to pop up over here. I know, you know, just a serious hazard, you know, as we're looking with that storm surge, though, later on, that's going to be such a big time problem for everybody. You know, such a big time problem. Again, continuing to give you the latest. Looking at some stuff here, the winds maybe just a tad stronger than we were, you know, looking at earlier for areas like Stark. So just something to kind of keep in mind. The tropical storm warning is still in effect, but, you know, the winds could be just a tad stronger here, you know. In that, you know, I was kind of hedging a little bit with, you know, my area there with gusts to 75, but now that might get more, you know, even in this dark here with that potential, which would really increase the power outage threat, I would think. So that's something to keep in mind. Here we have backup systems in play now. If we lose power, you know, we shouldn't lose all of our internet sources. You know, you might not be, you know, that good of a, you know, let's say video might be kind of grainy, but we have ways to get a signal through here in these type of situations. So, again, we have tornado warnings right now. We have Bacon and Coffee. That is this area right here, and then we have Coffee and Jeff Davis. And then we have a warning that's outside of the area in Telfair, but Coffee's the only one that's within our viewing circle. I mean, the two, you know, warning, they're both within Coffee right now, but the other counties are not in our area. Bacon, Jeff Davis, nor Telfair, but you can see that rotation right around Broxton. Take your tornado precautions into your room away from windows. And then as we get over here now toward the east, around Nichols, same thing. So, okay, there's just been a tropical cyclone update done. Okay, we now have a major hurricane, my friends. Breaking news, just coming into the weather center. We now have 120-mile-an-hour winds. They've just sent out a special update at the Hurricane Center in Miami. So we now have a major hurricane. Some breaking weather news. Just awful, you know, our worst fears are coming true here. It would seem with the indication of this being such a powerful hurricane. And let's go ahead and jump on over there to your Earth computer now. You can see that eye. You can see the, you know, the convection around that. It's such a powerful looking storm. I mean, we have seen, you know, ones that have been more well defined in some cases, but this is up there in terms of the size of it. The magnitude is going to be very serious with this hurricane. Again, officially now reported as a major hurricane recon. You see some of their numbers in here, and you see numbers like around, it looks like a 91 knots there, which, I mean, I'm just looking at one of them there, but, you know, 91 knots there, that's 105, but they went even higher than that, obviously, with it, based on some other stuff they were finding in there, and the like, you know, some different things that they can do to kind of get a more accurate reading and other readings on that, so. Again, continuing to watch this situation. We do another tornado warning now for Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner counties. Possible tornado 7 miles northwest of Mystic or 9 miles west of Fitzgerald, moving north at 40 miles an hour. So that's the storyline there now. As the situation does evolve on us, I know we'll need to jump over to that here in just a moment. But we, again, now have a major hurricane. I'm going to get this up here in a graphical format for everybody to see. I know we'll probably still have an hour left pretty soon, but this is a special update from the Hurricane Center in Miami. Okay, we now have a major hurricane. We have a major hurricane, and it's headed toward Florida. The core of this, to cause some very serious, devastation in some spots, sadly. Not good news at all. As we continue along here, again, winds now up to 120 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and see that now in graphical form. Again, 120 mile an hour max sustained winds, moving still north-northeast at 16 miles an hour. Pressure still at 959 millibars with a special update, but additional strength is expected before Helene makes landfall. So with it at 120 now, it only needs about 10 miles an hour to be a Cat 4. So that might be, once again, it was the expectation last night and approaching the coast of Cat 3 in the forecast earlier, but now it very well could get to Cat 4. Category 4 before it hits, which is catastrophic damage with the wind, not just a surge, which we're already expecting catastrophic damage from. And it's moving so fast that wind, threat's going to go so far inland here. So, again, this is a very, very, very big deal. Such a serious scenario that, our area is never going to forget. Never going to forget as we look at this. And we have a slew of tornado warnings we need to get to now. So let's go ahead and jump back up here. We now have 4 tornado warnings in our area. So let's go ahead and jump back on over to other source. So we have this one over here. This one we've covered as well. And we have 2 new ones here in the last few moments. We have a tornado warning for east central Irwin and Ben Hill counties to 3 o'clock in south central Georgia. And then you have a tornado warning for portions of Irwin, Turner, and Ben Hill until 3 o'clock. So we have, several tornado warnings now on the board. Take those tornado precautions here as we look at things, as we track them. Again, getting very active there on that Doppler technology, obviously. And in terms of that rotation, not what you want to see, obviously. But we're seeing that, try to come into play here. I get a possible tornado near Fitzgerald in there in South Georgia. Again, that's not looking that tight over there. This one's looking a little bit tighter, brighter, and this one too, north of Nichols. All these are not too far away from moving out of our area, though, which is at least some good news. But we have to obviously cover them here for the next half hour or so. As we're going between that and the actual core of the hurricane itself, which is down toward the south. So you can see that. You see kind of the gap in there, with not as much storminess, though. I do see a little bit of something on satellite, which makes me wonder. I was getting concerned. I might have some stuff down here. I saw some development. I don't see anything on radar, so maybe that's a good sign. But, we don't want to get tornadoes to develop in between. But again, continuing to watching so many hazards here. I have some information in the Weather Center I wanted to look at real quick. I just wanted to kind of reiterate some things here with our hurricane while we're on the air. I know we have the tornado warning to the north. I'll leave those up in the frame. Obviously, if we get, more pertinent information on those, we'll jump back over to them. And we're staying on when we have the tornado warnings. But okay, the Weather Service in Tallahassee sent out a statement a little bit earlier on saying that Any remaining preparations for Helene to be rushed to completion as conditions will continue to deteriorate through the afternoon and into this evening. Catastrophic impacts are expected across the region, the Tallahassee region, from high winds, catastrophic and life-threatening storm surge on the coast of Appalachia Bay, and considerable to catastrophic flash flooding from heavy rain. A few tornadoes are also possible along to the right of the track. Helene is a large storm and will have a fast forward speed at landfall, so impacts will penetrate far inland over Georgia. Tropical storm force winds will extend hundreds of miles out from the center. Helene will make landfall on the Florida Big Bend coast this evening as a major hurricane. It already now is, as of just a moment ago, upgraded to a major hurricane. A Cat 3 or above is that. It's a Cat 3 with category 3 with 120 miles an hour of wind there, sustained with higher gusts. But while exact impacts will be heavily dependent on the track, expect catastrophic wind damage across the Big Bend and southern Georgia. Widespread and prolonged power outages, damage to critical infrastructure, catastrophic damage to the trees and power lines, widespread inaccessibility to the blocked roads, and damage to well-built structures will all be likely, and particularly close to and east of the tracks. So, this is just, about as bad as it gets here, my friends. Maybe not to the same degree, but a little reminiscent of the statement that Katrina, prompted the Weather Service in New Orleans to send out an 05. Not quite to that level, but it's not as far off, as you would like it. I mean, that was different because that was a different type of flooding with levees involved. But still, this is a very, very big deal, about as bad of a weather event as we may ever have in the Tallahassee area in our lives, in our lifetime. Thought May was bad. This is going to be, on a whole nother level. Talking about tornadoes back in May. It's, as I'm kind of ad-libbing here because I'm reading a statement, they're not seeing this about the tornadoes in May and how this can be so much worse. But that's, what assessment I'm seeing here based on, my forecast of things. But talking about a situation here, they get out of the statement now. That, damage really, the well-built structures will all be likely, as well as even that widespread inaccessibility to the block roads, and this is going to be particularly close to and east of the track. Power outages will likely last, those will last for days, if not weeks. And due to the quick forward speed and large side of Helene, significant wind damage will extend well into Georgia. The surge threat is a catastrophic, an unsurvivable storm surge expected for Appalachia Bay. Storm surge is arriving and has been arriving some this morning, but it'll continue to worsen through the day. And this forecast is a nightmare scenario for Appalachia Bay. Please take any evacuation orders seriously. And flooding rains, talking about widespread heavy rainfall is expected with additional amounts 5 to 10 with isolated 15-inch totals and some catastrophic flooding possible. I know we have some life-threatening potential there, toward our western areas there in Franklin County. And just a situation here where I know there'll be widespread power and communication outages, roads, bridges, causeways, access roads impassable. That wind there, we could see structural damage to sturdy buildings, some with complete roof and wall failures, complete destruction, mobile homes, damage greatly, really accentuated there by large airborne projectiles, and some locations may be uninhabitable for weeks or months here in the Tallahassee area and up into South Georgia. Just an awful scenario. Please take this situation seriously. Numerous large trees will be snapped or uprooted along with fences and road signs blown over. So this is about as bad as it gets. We never had a hurricane like this, and in history, I say living memory, really in the record books even, they had this part of the coast at this strength. We've had Michael to the west, Adalia, it was something that, depending on where, this hits, that was to the east a little bit. And this one probably a little bit stronger here, even than Adalia was. So, very serious situation, very serious stuff. As we continue to watch here, time, to wrap those preparations, running out. Let's get back to the tornado warnings for a moment. We have a slew of them. So, we have this one here north of Nichols. You see some rotation here southeast of West Green. Take your tornado precautions. Generally moving north. You have rotation here east of Pridgeon. Take your tornado precautions. Broad, wind enhancement here or east of Fitzgerald especially. Again, take your tornado precautions. And same here areas, really, off toward the north and west of Irwinville and east and south of Rebecca. Again, take those tornado precautions. Again, those tornado warnings remain in effect, either 2:45 or 3 o'clock, the expiration times on those. So, again, gotta be, taking those tornado precautions, but again, continuing to watch all this here. I'm just going to go ahead and let's see where we want to go with this. And I know some of the stuff we can't, not that there's that much to update because I kind of hedged a little bit east just in case, but there has been some eastward kind of, movement here with the track a little today, but this generally takes that into account. This graphic I built last night, but I'll make adjustments, as necessary and as time permits. But here's just look at local zones of Helene danger later tonight. This evening, really, and the very early Friday. We're talking about a situation here, where it's just so bad of conditions. I know this to remind you about the storm surge here. Okay, real quick. Tornado on the ground near Highway 268. Okay, we got to break away from this for a second. We're getting reports of a tornado in progress. Okay, so there's your icon. A tornado is sighted there on the ground near Highway 268 around Broxton at about 2:33, but no property damage observed or reported. You see the office up north, Peachtree City's confirmed the tornado. They did that with their warnings. This moves up that way. Don't really see much, if any, debris really, but there was a little bit right there though. Okay, there was some debris with that. If you really look closely there, it wasn't overwhelming. But 4,000 feet. Started seeing it around 226, and you can see there some debris popping on up. They're southeast of Pridgeon. Again, probably an EF0, EF1 type tornado. That's what we're kind of looking at there right now, I think. But that's kind of the storyline with that. Again, let's continue just to watch this here. I need to make just a couple very minor adjustments to that, one graphic here that I'm showing you guys. Because we've been, I've been very busy here in the Weather Center. Let me go ahead and just make a couple adjustments here to that graphic. Not necessarily in terms of the impacts, but just a couple of things I wanted to change on here to kind of make sure folks know what's happening here in this type of situation. So, again, just continuing to watch things, continuing to track. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Let me go ahead and pull this graphic up here in about a few seconds once I change something here real quick. Okay, it should be ready to go now. Or not quite. Okay, got to change one more thing here. As we continue to watch this situation. Okay, new tornado warning for Coffee County now. 241 is severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located here near West Green or 12 miles east of Broxton. Just checking some stuff here. So it's this box, just a little coffee more going into Jeff Davis then. Okay. Again, if you're in those red boxes or a purple box, and take those tornado precautions, interior room away from windows, Possible, if not in one case there around Broxton, confirmed tornado on the ground. But again, things are going to be worse later on. I mean, it's crazy for me to kind of, glance over some of that stuff because that's generally a pretty big deal. But this is going to be a much bigger deal later this evening here, folks. And it's a major hurricane now. So, there's no, backing out of this at this point. Maybe I was hoping, it would be, somehow, suppressed and maybe say a Cat 1 or low end Cat 2 and still be bad and still potentially be deadly, but not, we were hoping, none of this would happen to begin with, but we were hoping at least if nothing else, it might stay a little weaker than the forecast, but that no longer appears to be the case here. Holding out hope, that hope is pretty much dwindling away here now as later this evening and, through very early Friday, this peaks here, this very serious situation, as we continue to look at things here, the widespread significant damage. Let's go over storm surge information from the Weather Service. I just want to read off some of the stuff they were saying here about this. So, it's important to protect against life-threatening surge, having possible catastrophic impacts along the coast of Appalachia Bay. Potential impacts in this area include widespread deep inundation with storm surge flooding. That's greatly accentuated there by powerful battering waves. Structural damage to buildings with many washing away. Damage, greatly compounded from considerable floating debris. Locations may be uninhabitable for an extended period. The near shore escape routes and secondary roads are going to be washed out probably or severely flooded. And we've already seen some roads in Franklin flood, as we've talked about especially, but, that area. But talking about flood control systems and barriers may become stressed. Extreme beach erosion, new shorelines cut, potentially, and then massive damage to marinas, docks, boardwalks, and piers. Numerous small craft broken away from moorings with many lifted on shore and stranded. So, not good. And that wind, I mean, we've already been talking about that some, but really bad stuff. Really, really bad stuff, folks. I mean, as I look here, this really, goes a little bit more on the hyper-local level with some of those winds, to be quite honest. You see how high some of those numbers are with near 100% outages for power expected and some for over a week. And then, even around Gainesville here, that 75 is becoming more real now based on some of the modeling that I've been seeing here. I haven't had a chance to really go over it as much as I would like since I've had to be on so much for these tornado warnings here lately, but that's becoming more real where the power outage threat is probably increasing a little bit toward Gainesville and Stark now. We were hoping that, we might kind of be on the good edge. We might just barely be into the bad side of things here at this point based on some of the indications. So instead of, isolated to scattered, outages, scattered to widespread, if not even more widespread even, based on some of the stuff I'm looking at here. And it might, start to, depending on how this sets up, it's not quite to that point. We're not under hurricane warning in Bradford or Union, but it may start to edge toward needing a hurricane warning and or closer to what we had during Irma. So we got to be careful here if this starts to, trend in that wrong direction some more here. We have to be careful. Again, I haven't had a chance to get through everything because I'm on here, the tornado warnings and the like, but again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's going on. Let me go ahead and see where else I want to go with this. So again, we have the tornado warnings in Georgia. In our area, got to take them seriously. In fact, here's a reminder of tips. Try to avoid taking shelter in a mobile home. And that applies to the winds expected with a hurricane as well. Get inside a sturdy building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, something like that. I know we just got a new tornado warning just west of the area. Further back here. It's not showing up yet, but it's for Calhoun and Jackson counties. So that's the storyline out there. As we continue to watch the progression of things, you see around Bluntstown further back. But this is what tornado warnings here on our northern periphery. And we're watching these, several areas of spin. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on all this. Checking all the different sources here in the Weather Center. I'm going to go ahead and jump on over. So again, some preparedness considerations. So if you're, it's a serious situation, you want to secure property and decide whether evacuation is necessary. In a lot of cases, it is very necessary. Life-threatening storm surge surging across parts of the zone. Basic disaster supplies kit includes water, non-perishable food, battery powered hand crank radio, no weather radio, flashlight, and first aid kit. And it's also important to have cash and gas. That full list there available, ready.gov/kit. You want to charge the devices up, as many power outages and long-lasting power outages are certain. So charge your cell phones up and the like. Be ready to move to an interior room in a tornadic situation after a storm moves through. You got to stay away from power lines that could still be live. Their safety is critical. The carbon monoxide poisoning, can be deadly. You do not want to be running a gas-powered generator in your home. That is a deadly type of scenario potentially for you. So, really important tips to keep in mind here as we continue to watch. Again, thanks so much for tuning in, trusting me, everybody here. As we're live on Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts, Cloud Weather, Twitter/X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, and Twitch Cloud Weather. We're live to keep you guys safe and informed on very dangerous and potentially historic Helene, and now a major Category 3 hurricane. That could be an unprecedented blow for areas around Tallahassee. So not good news at all. As we continue to watch here, we do watch these tornado warnings. Okay, so this one here, moving out of that box now, there's an advisory for it up in the Peachtree City, Georgia jurisdictions. That one's kind of moving out of our area now. This one here, that's kind of moving out of our area here too. This Wilcox County is outside of their area. This one is moving out of our area now. So that's getting out of Coffee County. And this one's trying to here as well. So, that's good news. And those are going to be out of here very soon, which is what we like to see. They're not quite out of the area yet. Not quite out of our 62 counties, with the warnings anyway. But, they're getting there, which is what we like to see. But, this is just the beginning. We got much more adverse conditions here. Much more serious conditions on the way. So, again, just continuing to try to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. And there's a confirmed tornado warning toward Telfair County is outside of the area, because we have had confirmation of this from time to time. It would seem at least one confirmation, as we've alluded to. As I continue to give you the very latest here. Again, really serious stuff. Let's go ahead. I know these warnings expire at 3. Let me go ahead and jump back on over to another look at things here. So there's the hurricane on radar. You can see that eye wall. I mean, when you're within this, you really have those terrible winds. Some of this stuff's going to be probably tornadic weather. I mean, I'm not looking at velocity, but I can even just tell looking at that. That's, tornadic type of weather coming in toward Tampa over the next little bit, it would seem. So not good news for those folks with that, but that's nothing, compared to what we're going to see in other areas. I mean, still the storm surge numbers will be going up, sure, and that's bad, but, it's going to be a lot worse even toward our covered area. But you see some of these areas of, wind going opposing directions here. As we continue to track, I mean, I'll loop this because some of this may kind of stay over the water, the angle this is taking, I know. But some of that, okay, more of that, because of the angle this is taking, may stay just over the water, but until it gets toward our area, of course. But some of that's not going, to do that. So, again, something to keep in mind here. as we look. I mean, there will be some of these that try to, maybe get on shore on Pinellas, because it depends on how far east this kind of goes. I mean, that's going to affect areas further up too, but further east this goes, the more these get on shore. But yeah, with that spiraling nature on this, that kind of makes it tricky as we look. But even though our marker is trying to indicate them coming on shore, they're not coming on shore yet. There, see some pretty gusty winds, 40, 50 miles an hour downstate. Again, trying to, track all of that. Of course, there's our eye of the hurricane. And then we go to the current view, and you can just see these winds. I mean, seeing extreme winds, these brighter colors. Really bad stuff, obviously. Really bad stuff. We'll check more of our information here in the Weather Center. I just want to see what some of the tracks are showing. And they're definitely a little east here. Maybe not, extremely east on some of our models, but I'll see what I'm showing you. Or excuse me, I'll show you what I'm seeing. As you see these icons in Georgia, they're just slightly east of where, maybe we would expect, based on the official track, but that's 2 a.m., somewhere with the center, somewhere between around Albany and Tifton. So, that, and two of these out of the three have it, the Cat 2 still up there, which is, yikes, that's not good. I mean, that's just, those areas are, less, used to winds like this, and that is awful, awful sounding. So you see where the 3 was. That's why I put some of this modeling on, because they have updated information on some of the plots, and it's on track pretty close actually right now, the official track. But I feel like, even though the official track has it kind of curving up more in the warble color to make landfall, I mean, it's going to probably be a situation here where it's really making landfall closer to Taylor. That's what I would expect as I'm looking at this. As I know, the wind's picking on up here over the next several hours, as we look ahead in the timeline. This is the hurricane, a hurricane nightmare, to be quite honest, coming toward areas in the Big Bend region. Areas like Perry rebuilding, Horseshoe Beach after Dahlia. It may, be a situation where you have to pick up the pieces again, and in some cases it might even be worse than last year. And some folks are just not going to be able to handle that probably. You wouldn't think economically. So, not good stuff here, folks. Not good at all. And just continuing to watch, but you kind of connect the dots and you see maybe a Jefferson Taylor landfall. That's pretty close to where Hermine came in, and Tallahassee got it pretty bad then with a smaller, weaker storm. I mean, it was really bad for Tallahassee, and it's supposed to be a bigger, and it is a bigger and it's a stronger storm. So, bad news, very bad news. Okay, tornado warning. Did this cancel that coffee? So it looks like now officially, when I say canceled out, they technically expire them, so technically they're still valid for another 5 minutes. And that's generally how we kind of do this, until they actually do the cancel. We don't wrap tornado coverage up, but they're really already on the screen out of those areas. So just based on how much we're going to be doing later for the hurricane itself, we'll wind down this update for now. I'll be back here as conditions warn. It's still going to take me a couple moments to get that wound down here, and then be back on again as we get closer, where this monster hurricane coming on in on areas of our viewing circle. I know we have the radar, pointed down off Tampa, so that's why things look different. But again, that's coming on into the picture, and it'll be interesting to watch some of this stuff to the east. I mean, because that could be a tornadic problem, for areas even pretty far over. I mean, 100 miles east of the center. So let's say it hits just into Taylor County. 100 miles east puts you right in Bradford County with some of those tornadic squalls and the like. So, okay, we're getting now. Looks like they're doing hourly updates. The Hurricane Center sent out a special update here for 3 o'clock. Let me go ahead and get this in here before I wrap it up. So I may still be on at 3 anyway. With the tornado warnings off the board, really for the time being in our area, but Let me just get this graphic to go here. Set it up and get it ready to go. So again, that 3 o'clock hour coming on up here with an update from the Hurricane Center in Miami. Well, they've really increased the forward speed now. Instead of 16 miles an hour, it's now moving at 20 miles an hour, the hurricane. So that's the biggest change in this. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. So that's the new information here. As the 3 o'clock update is coming in from the Hurricane Center. About 160 miles west-southwest of Tampa, 195 miles south of Apalachicola. The max sustained winds at 120 miles an hour. That present movement north-northeast at 20. Minimum central pressure 959 millibars. And a weather flow station at Egmont Channel at the entrance to Tampa Bay recently measured a sustained wind of 50 miles an hour and a gust of 62. So, important information to keep in mind. And again, reports out toward, Bluntstown, a tree falling on down there, and then and we're going to have many more of those fall, just, thousands upon thousands fall later on tonight across the Tallahassee area and in the south Georgia. But tornado warning continues for Calhoun and Jackson further off to the west. Again, that's out of our area, but we got to keep on watching. We have a lot more inclement weather coming on in. So I'm going to catch our breath here for now and run that radar. And I'll be back here again as things warn and with special coverage, as we look ahead in the timeline. This is going to be a very big deal here, folks. As big as it ever gets in the meteorology world. So devastating to catastrophic local threat ahead for some here. It's not what you want to see, obviously. But that's what we're dealing with Helene. Very, very serious situation. As serious as it gets, again, in the meteorology world. So let me go ahead and kind of show you here now that radar stream. And, this is the radar. You see lightning, by the way, in the eye wall. But then here's a loop of the radar I wanted to really kind of keep up. So we're going to be back, on here, giving you the latest on our hurricane warning, storm surge warning in effect. Many areas of the region. This is a life-threatening situation. You got to take very seriously here. Let me get my right super on here. We've been going through a lot of different things here in the Weather Center. So, technically there will be no audio, but I wanted to make sure we had hurricane warning up in the corner. So everybody knows about that. That's the most important, information to kind of display right now. So that's what we're going to leave it up with for the time being. I'll be back here again, plenty more through the day, through the night, especially as the situation deteriorates. You got to wrap those preps up here as things get worse and worse. Toward the Big Bend region, a catastrophic threat it would seem ahead. So take this situation very, very, very seriously.